Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and this is going to be kind of a downtime stream. I'm probably going to be talking a whole bunch, but this is also one of those streams where I am derping around in the Minecrafts. I cannot promise that anything done here remains, because perhaps kind of predictably we're getting all manner of griefing and stuff. I consider that to be kind of like a metagame, because I will eventually end up wandering away from all this. But for the time being, I can see what's going on and think of stuff to do while talking for today. Look, it's like it's daytime here at spawn, where somebody built a base there that got all replaced by cobble. That's a griefing technique people use. Somebody else has extended the cherry forest out to over here, which is a thing that people can do. I see we have a camel over where I originally had a bunch of. So yeah, there's just little stuff different all the time. I put those there so that there could be bamboo for anybody who wanted it. And clearly we get to have a lot of, and I put these there in case anybody wanted to grow vines. And I've got like one cow over here and the remains of a zombie. But there is a camel wandering around in the top of the mountain over there. So that's kind of weird. I'm not sure what that's about. Where I've been at is falling in a hole. Yeah, that's James from Loady Runny Run trademark. I can't do that. I'll get sued. And I see this is growing okay too, so that's fine. Yeah, what I've been doing is a little more music than usual, in that and somebody made this. I'm very happy about that. That means I can have a less easily destroyed world of stuff, because to the extent, I made this as well in hopes people who show up on this server, if they read the secret words and figure out the secret password for being able to come here, which is not the most challenging thing in the world, as long as this is not destroyed like that was, you can log on and just sort of derp around doing stuff, and even set yourself up with an ender chest. Now, I don't have everything else that one needs. In fact, one of the things I don't have is I was in the Nether and I got attacked by a piglin because I don't have gold things on me. So I'm wondering whether I left anything here, and the answer would be apparently no. So if I do want to go in there, I'll probably want to set myself up with gold stuff in some kind of way. I know that's a requirement. I was wearing a gold thing that was kind of damaged, and apparently it just got broken. And if you're not wearing any gold things, that means you will get attacked by the little bitty monsters. So one of the things I could do is wander over to using one of these boats. Like for instance this one. Got a goodly number of boats kicking around. Hey, Pink Sounds. I thought maybe I could wander over to the base that I was flattening out and perhaps covering with turf, doing something interesting with it. Or going in search of another place that I could make a base. I had found a See, and here's something. Something. I'd found an island where it was in this general direction, I think. And there was a place you could make a house on one end of the island, and then if you went up north, you wound up running into a pillager base. And the idea, it interested me to try to make a base and like live normally at that place and see whether the pillagers caused me major problems or weren't all that difficult. So here's the base I did make. I believe there's a parrot here unless somebody killed it. Anything could have happened because it's been a while. I have ender pearls. I don't necessarily have an easy way to, because I'd like to make more ender chests. So I would need blaze powder for game players than me to do that, I think. And I got a variety of random stuff kicking around. The way I play this is I am always pretty busy doing the plugin thing. That currently led up. Here's an idea. Maybe what I could do is, first of all, do I have a bed around here? Or did I put it down here? Yes, I did. Also, one of the things I was going to do was make a lava bucket generating thing so there would be plenty of fuel. I'm still carrying around some of the stalactite points that you need in order to do that with. At one point there was a ender portal here. It's not here anymore. Although we've got these in the absence of lava buckets. Those could probably be moved down to where the power area was. See, here's the thing. Hey, Cal, I actually saw you on Blue Sky. So, again, I've been working on things like guitars. And one of the things that I did for the most recent... Yes, that's a boat. Oh, I think I remember this. It was a boat with a chest in it. And I don't know how to use boats with chests in them, but there's a map. Ah, that's how. I could be chopping down some trees, I think. That is one possible plan. I don't think I need any more vines. Got enough vines for the time being. What I will need to do is either make another axe, or I had diamonds at some point, but I don't know what happened to them. Might still be here somewhere. And these are handy bundles. I remember being pleased with the prospects of having bundles. See, there's one with some stuff in it. Not useful stuff, mind you, but still there is some stuff in it. And in fact, I can dump some of my stuff into this bundle. Yeah, Blue Sky is quite a bit healthier than today's Twitter. Who's to say whether it's going to stay that way? I'm in a bit of a somber mood today over the general state of things and stuff, and I'm going to try to think in terms of nice things to do. Oh, here is something I can do. If I can come up with a place to go, I could use buckets Also, do I have gold? I could make some kind of something. Yeah, I was just watching. I do have gold. I could make gold things. Absolutely. Not only that, I could also take these gold things and wear them. It's not very good protection, but it'll certainly be good enough for the intended purpose. Oh, and a pretty obsidian. A bunch of other obsidian. So yeah, like right now, my fancy gear is in an ender chest, which suits me because I could just get myself randomly killed here and not be playing very well, and that would be fine. But I'm happy that somebody made an ender chest because I'm certainly not up to it at the moment. I have made more plugins, and the most recent plugin, let's see what I can put that away, is the new guitar plugin. And that is like the least popular plugin I have posted in many months. It got a glorious 10 out of 10 popularity for how good it apparently was. I wonder if I can lure any monsters this way. Yep, I can. I don't need to care about that very much, though. Oh, yeah, well, the somber is a couple of things of varying kinds and sorts. Like one somber thing is I hung out with a friend of mine a little while ago. How do I hold on? There we go. It's somebody that I know in their recovery community. And that's one of my trans friends who I told about how I've been watching ContraPoints lately. And this person had not heard of ContraPoints. And I was like, oh yeah, no, I find she's very entertaining, sometimes somewhat controversial. For instance, there was the time when she ran into some trouble because the in recent videos that she had made, and I'm not talking about recent currently, what I'm talking about is stuff that's happened in ContraPoints history. She used Buck Angel as a voiceover for doing the voice of John Waters. And this did not sit well with people on like transgender Twitter. Because the thing is, Buck Angel is what's called the transmedicalist, meaning, or at least could be considered to be. I'm not honestly sure about all of the details there. But this is the kind of thing where if people are looking for ways to like quickly judge somebody and consider them to be shunnable, one way of doing that is if you were a trans person, you're like, well, only people that count are fully binary, and nothing matters unless you can be literally trying to go from male to female or vice versa, and then fit all of the expectations and stereotypes of all of those things, and nothing else counts or matters. And that's what's called the transmedicalist. And it's not always a popular position in our modern world today, such as it is. So there is a level of somber simply in considering the fact that I have a friend who I was like, oh yeah, I'm watching this person, not even really thinking that, oh yeah, come to think of it, they might not like this person I'm watching. and I don't really know what to do about it because I did ContraPoints, but I do get, and the person who I was talking to was in fact somebody who was kind of non-binary, like not laying claim to a position that is like, okay, I'm hard male or hard female, there is no other thing. They were very much not doing that. In fact, they like they, them. And the recovery group recently included the use of they, them pronoun in some of our language for reading stuff out. And that is because it's been used in other places as well, and we weren't making a big deal of it, but that's the person who suggested it. And I have a sponsor who is regrettably in the conservative silo to the point where that was perhaps a distasteful move. So it's like the recovery community that keeps me alive is not necessarily safe from exploding in drama and conflict from any number of possible directions, and I'm pretty powerless to do that. I also want to keep an eye on chat because just a moment while I set it to all the chats and go back. Speaking of reading chat, give me a moment and I will do literally that, read chat. Ambient level of meh. Yeah, digital hoarding 2022 out of pure panic. Fair. The deal with I have been picking up groceries and things. Like I have a backup 10-pound bag of rice and a full set of canned goods, which is not the overwhelming amount that some people would have, but a goodly amount of that. And let's see what else. I dropped like $100 in Walmart just the other day because I was looking for Focus gummies from Ollie, or I think it's Ollie that they are. I didn't find those, but I was able to get a backup bottle of shampoo of the kind that I use. And sort of stuff like that, where I don't trust that the world is going to still be there. And that can be uncomfortable. Let's see. Let's place vines and climb trees and chop down more trees. And you know what I could do? I can just set up to grow another one of these by the time I'm finished with the first one. Maybe I'll have done the second one. And boop. So there's a start. Yeah. I think ContraPoints is much more wise in recent videos. And there is a particular, that is actually, the video I was talking about is called Opulence, and that is the one where she got in some trouble with other trans people by virtue of, how do I do this? That's how. By virtue of being friendly with somebody who could be considered to be a transmedicalist and therefore actively hostile to some people's positions and identities. And it's weird because, like, I'm quite happy with ContraPoints, and yet at the same time, I myself am weirdly non-binary in a subtle way that people would not understand or really figure out up until it became a thing that people did figure out and care about. Like, my non-binariness is basically just being manly male with all of these different kinds of things and dealing with all of the, like, I get enough testosterone for obvious reasons, and I can lift weights and build a lot of muscle without needing to do anything about it. I'm just wired that way. But I do not like male pattern behavior as is normally considered a normal American way of going about those things, which I think can be pretty distasteful. And I've always found it distasteful and have never had reason to believe that that would be any different for me. Nor did I understand that there was any, as far as I could tell, the expectations on being binary and gendered were just me being wrong. And it was entirely my fault if I was miserable and not finding the connection that I wanted was clearly all just my fault, and I should be blamed for that because I wasn't complying with the only way people could ever be. That is a picture of binary gender norms in a way that didn't work and doesn't work for me, and never has, and presumably never will. So, I'm in the kind of zone where you would never really know, and it's difficult to even pin down why that would matter, unless you're me. Unless you have wishes and desires, and they will go forever unfulfilled because the way that you are simply doesn't work with anything else. That is a form of non-binary, just the kind where people the notorious Andrew Tate will come around and be like, I have to fix you because you are wrong. And you cannot be like that. You must be trained to be like this. And that ain't it, Chief. Not going there. So it's very interesting to me, simply because in so many ways, and I'm not even going to go into all the ways. One of the things I'm a little uncomfortable about is that I touched on some of those ways in this conversation with the other person, because around that person I feel relatively comfortable, they're kink-friendly and so on. I feel relatively comfortable opening up without hitting on or anything, because they're not in the mode they're at is nothing that makes me become incredibly excited. So it's fine with me, and I felt safe and made some confidences that now that I have gone to another group, another week of that meeting, and they did not show up. And of course, the recovering addict, or perhaps simply human way of dealing with things that are difficult, is everything is always about me because I am looking out of the eyes of Amy. And so the tendency will be to, oh my goodness, look at all of those jungle saplings I got. That was a large number of them. So I'll tend to assume, no matter what's going on, well, it's obviously all about me because everything is, and so therefore, and that's typically a very unsafe way. I wonder if I can jump into. Okay, that's going to end poorly for me. Let's not do that. I can climb a line of vines floating in the middle of the air, and then when it despawns, I'll fall to my death, so perhaps not. So yeah, there's that. The two people who live in my hometown, both of whom I like, it's a software developer and an activist woman. I am making no connection with them whatsoever, and can't honestly tell whether they think I'm just a jerk or am fine. And all I can do is basically continue to be chill and act normal and not make a big fuss over anything. But I'm still just stuck doing my work, which is the making of the follow-up to pointy guitar, chimey guitar. Playing the music for that, I got guitar tones that are better than I've ever had for some of the sounds, which funnily enough, that also reminds me a little bit of like non-binariness and stuff, because it's like, well, apparently I go for these like Jerry Garcia compressed tones, which are not very heavy and crunchy. It's like I do that, and that's what floats my boat. If I make songs and sing them, I can belt. My voice will do that. And it's so rarely what I actually want to do that it's almost like a downer. Like, I cannot sing in a way that I like because I'm singing in these ways that aren't actually working for me. And I have no idea what to say in terms of lyrics and stuff, which may be partly why I don't tend to do that. I don't tend to write music where I am singing and expressing myself, and part of that is just this reserve, which, again, feels to me like part of that experience of finding out who you are and what you're about. And the basic level of reserve is something that I'm comfortable with, but it ends up becoming like a spinster man. And honestly, I'm not sure what I would want people to do if I had people's full attention and was working, like a relationship and had that going on, and it's a give and take, and you make connections with other people. I have tried this, and I'm not necessarily very good at it. There's doubtless things that I am useful for, but in terms of the whole dating and relationship side thing, I'm honestly feeling like I'm not very good at that. And so I end up just making the second guitar plugin, and I'm online to figure out a third. In fact, I have done some of the basic work for making a third guitar plugin. And I feel like if I do it, it will only do even more poorly than the previous one. So that's weird. It's almost like people are not interested in guitars anymore. And I still like them. But why even make any kind of music or do anything at all when AI is going to come and replace you? I was watching some video or other, and it had to do with I think it was Anthony Fantano, and he put up a recent video where he'd reported on the plight of a musician who had done music and put it on Spotify, and then found out that some jerk was putting up bad, lame AI-generated music that was deeply unimpressive. And certainly to my ear, it was like, "Hoo boy, okay, that isn't good." And this is wasteful, so we don't need to have that there. And then this AI music, such as it was getting uploaded to that guy's actual channel. And nobody had stopped it. There was nothing really to do about it. It was just like, well, here we are. This is the new thing on your Spotify channel, is an unrelated person who had uploaded music to, so that's playing off of your name, your identity, if you are working as a musician trying to communicate to people and be recognized in the world. That is sketchy to the grandest possible extreme. It's a very sketchy behavior uploading your random garbage to somebody's. Maybe I should go in search of a lava. Of course, if I do that, I'd better not lose those buckets. Maybe I need more. How many of the lava generators do I have down here? As long as I'm doing this thing. Also, maybe I should get ready to make more charcoals. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $16. Well, alrighty then. Also, am I doing this right? Oh yeah. Okay, you need cauldrons. I do have cauldrons there, so that's fine. I wonder if I can find surface lava pools around here somewhere. Yeah, so I'm watching this Anthony Fantano thing, and he is talking about that particular plight. And I'm thinking, here I am trying to make plugins for musicians, but what actual good is that? I would like for it to be good, but I'm not sure if it really qualifies. So where am I at? 829. I know what I should do is return back where I was and write down those coordinates, because I don't think I had done that. But yeah, my somber mood is because there are lots of things I would like to do or help people do, and that is not necessarily the case. And yeah, like, you know, you might as well try kind of thing. Let's see. Was that negative or positive? It was negative. I'm calling it bass flat. And it's like even, oh, hi, new tree. Nice meeting you here. Even on this, like, I have to design my way of even playing this game around the fact that I am making it available for people. Easiest way of doing that is just telling people, okay, so yeah, if you figured this out, you can come and play on the thing that runs on my server in my house. I'd like for people to be able to enjoy doing that, which doesn't necessarily mean that I am making that possible. Oh, let's see. Interesting. Yeah, so if I had for the area I'm thinking of, what I'll be doing is aiming for, let's see, some large number off in this direction. That's probably not that. I feel like I may have gone in search of this before, but perhaps not. I have a rough idea of what I'm doing. I'll just do spot checks. God bless, I like those thoughts, because that's part of me says that's what the future has to be. You know, first order of business, survive at all, because that's not a given. We would like to think that that was possible, but we are, oh, hi, I could take lava from that. Problem is, it's only just one block of lava, but it's one more than I'd have. Let's see what's going on around here. Also where I'm at. Oh, the mysterious desert sounds. As long as I'm in this biome, it will make spooky noises. But yeah, there is a fair reason for a degree of somberness in considering the world we're in, because there's so much damage and just bad everything and bad scenarios. If I can, there we go. I'd like to know what to do about it, and I can certainly find individual things, individual things to do about it. But then also it's like, okay, so I could do this, and then I could try to be popular on YouTube. Being popular on YouTube means it is more likely for somebody to come and like cover this entire server with lava. I mean, if they did that, I would be able to at least put lava from the griefing into those, into that location that I was trying to build into something. But that's not really what I had in mind. Let's see. I am less likely to be literally just hunted down and persecuted the less popular or successful I am. And that's weird for a YouTuber to consider. Oh, also, I see night coming on. So I'll do a little bit of, what do we see here? Sparkly things. What am I looking at? A firefly bush. That's cool. But we're going to find out whether the firefly bush still works in daytime. Also, can you take them? I like them. Do I have any? I do not have any bones on me, so I don't know whether I can. If you break it, does it drop? Does it hurt to walk on? No. Okay, that's cool. I'm leaving the rest of them here. What kind of biome is this? This is a river biome. Cool. I have a firefly bush. Just one. There's more. I like that. That seems cool. I will plant it on something. But yeah, you know, you spend your time doing things like I've spent all my life learning to play guitar, which is not to say that I'm necessarily the greatest at it, but I take an interest in it, and I enjoy the results of it. Kind of like I enjoy the new chicken textures for these chickens in this new place. I threw a brown egg at spawn, and so now there is a brown egg chick over there. But yeah, ideally I would like to think of how to help people a whole bunch. It pleases me for that to be like my motivation. Oh, hi. We're at $15.99 by negative 14. So my numbers here for the island base are that I'm pretty close to the correct position to sort of head up north and find whatever it is there is to find. And I'm quite interested in seeing fox, or perhaps wolf. Hi. Yeah, so negative 460. So theoretically, if I just head, I guess east is the way I would have to go, around all these firefly bushes and things, I might get to the island location I was thinking of. And I'll know it's there if it's overrun by pillagers. Loving the firefly bush, that seems cool. Yeah, and hi, there is a Dr. Wiggins who has joined the game. Now there are two people who have to sleep. Love the spooky noises. So one of the things that I can, oh, look at that. We can get over this. One of the things I can do is try to focus on that, make cool stuff, stick to the things I can do something about. And I like that. I get twitchy when, like, again, I have this trans friend who I get a lot out of being able to talk to that person, even though the degree of my non-binariness is kind of limited. Like, nobody really cares if a man doesn't like, you know, Andrew Tate gender roles. People are kind of like, well, so what? You're supposed to be not like that. Big deal. And, you know, it's, yeah, I don't even know what to say about that, other than, oh, look, here's another island. So maybe that's what I'll say about it. And probably I have not, like, offended this person terribly and they hate me now. Much like the locals who I have yet to meet. The last time I interacted with that, I was like, oh, hey, I've yet to meet you, and you live in the same town as me, and that the guy who bought a house here, owns it outright too. That's a nice situation to be in. Was like, I don't know how you miss me. I walk all over town like every day, which more or less overlooks the fact that I am a recluse and don't go anywhere. So that's a little bit like, huh. Also, 2670, 460. I think this is the location of the big old island, which could be base made on. Although granted, it's kind of just all overgrown with trees and stuff, but I can see whether perhaps there's anything cool to look at. It's a good place to like start over again. Find a suitable place to cut down some trees and start making stuff. And also, I need to go and find out whether the pillager base is there. I see we've got some wolves, so that's cool. Pillager base would be this direction. Unless I've got everything all totally wrong, which is, of course, possible. I may just have everything all confused and wrong. It's whatever. I think the wolves... I think that wolf just ate a sheep. I think that wolf is eating all the sheep. Well, alternate vegetarian option. Let the wolves eat all the sheep and then benefit from it. Maybe I should do a little reconnoiter around this island and see whether there's a pillager base on here. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think it would end up being in this vicinity if my numbers are correct. Yeah. R for sheep. Oh. Got a mushroom area over there. Yeah, I am staring at the screen too much and missing chat, so I should go and first of all grab a sleep, but then go and check out chat. Why don't I do that right now? Oh, and also whoever is in the I will see whether our new player is able to do this thing. Oh, and Lucasipa has joined, so we'll see whether that even works. Or whether I gotta go and do something. Oh, no, we're good. Yay, so F3. So in theory, 5. I'm a little confused. I'm being told that 2670, which is here, and then, 145, okay, that explains it. So do I need to go even farther? Yes. 1456 is supposed to have a pillager base. Well, we can but try. Let's see whether it's... nope, not there yet. Maybe it's this island that I'm approaching. We sure are getting a lot of little islands. It is just possible that what I'm thinking of... Oh, yep, see, I see something that could very well be a building. It could be possible to build on this place. Oh, no, wait, is that simply... I can't tell whether that's a treetop or the pillager base I was thinking of. And the noise of this desert stuff always weirds me out because I'm used to much older versions of Minecraft, which are not as enthusiastically noisy in the deserts. So what I can do, bear in mind also, I am like super duper unarmed and stuff. Oh yeah, no, that was simply a tree. That's not a pillager base. But is there also a pillager base here? I don't know whether there is or not, but I'm liking this meadow. I don't care, WTF. Be observant. And one hopes you play nice. If somebody comes and is playing nasty enough with me and spoiling my fun, what I will probably do is go and do more work. And that's not an... Oh, look at this. This is kind of cool. Dude. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to live here now. This is cool. I'm still Oh, Zomber? Hi, zombie. Where you at? Zombies are very obviously nearby here. Let's go and see them. Oh, yeah. See? There he is. Yeah. We are of a similar mind, Calpless. That's exactly a good idea as far as I'm concerned. Make cool, like, catwalks and things. But I am rather curious. In fact, one thing I'm going to also do is... my notes. These are notes on reverb making. And these are notes on Minecraft singing. And that was the noise of a pigger. Wow. See, it's good that it's not a mountain goat, because if it was a mountain goat, he would boot me right off of here. Down into the deeps over there. little small deep over here. I am inclined to want to go and get another piece of paper. But yeah, you know, all manner of goofy stuff going on in this area. It's kind of aesthetic, as it were. So let's see, quick reference for me finding my directions around here. Then there's supposed to be pillager outpost. Oh, there's ponies. I like that. Ah, hell yeah, I was not wrong. So that's amusing. Oh, more ponies. Big collection of pumpkins. Yeah, so that could perhaps be amusing in some way. Oh, we've even got some cows. So like one of my goals could be to go over there, steal their cows, lead them away somewhere else, and start raising them. I'm interested in the prospects of like grinding XP off the natural spawns that come from this base. I don't know whether it's going to cause more in the way of pillagers and mobs. They're certainly not springing into existence over here. So I should think I could set up camp around here somewhere and just kind of build. But yeah, this is certainly going to be a decompressed type of stream, because I've been putting a lot of effort into things like the reverbs. I have a reverb plan for the first 6x6 reverb, because that seemed to work pretty good. Like, I do believe I have a start for that. Oh. I could do some building with jungle wood. I am rather curious as to whether, and I am a little short on useful stuff. Look at me carrying around stone to build with. And far too many kinds of wool. So this is probably a fine place to start. I even have a shovel. And you know, when I finish using up that shovel, there will be more space in my inventory. And I will sleep in a moment. Half expecting people to be saying zzz, but apparently everybody is too well situated. Tz. So one of the things I'm working on most hard, yeah, we got there, is trying to work out how to do musical creation in a sort of anti-AI type of way. I'm thinking about that because the things that I do are getting overrun quite a great deal by that type of stuff. And I'm not very impressed with how well it's coming out. Like, I'm not feeling that what I see out of AI developments currently are particularly good. Like, I've played with that stuff a little bit. It gets less and less popular even to, oh, I should plant that somewhere. Even to experiment with that kind of thing. You see people being real hostile at the suggestion of doing experiments with AI stuff. Oh, look, I've even got a hoe on me. How handy. That'll come in useful. There are many things about it that are just vexing or perplexing to me. For instance, people continually behave as if AI, bear in mind, like, I'm the one who did an album called Welcome to Free Luna, which has a lot of interaction with the concept of artificial intelligences and robots and things. They're instrumental songs, but the names of them are often weirdly AI adjacent, but in the sort of like liberating AIs from slavery, essentially. People tend to assume that if they are able to produce artificial intelligence, it will be the worst of humans and have relentlessly human-oriented attitudes. Thing is, if you're doing I wonder if I can build anything there. If you are building AIs based on large language models, that is humans. It's not actually intelligence. It's just what they call stochastic puppet of a legacy of human expression and communication. Weird hissy lands here. I'm going to dig some dirt. You can't assume that an actual intelligence that is produced even in a sense of being produced and needing to struggle for its own survival and well-being is going to have the same attitudes that a human would. That's not a safe assumption. Yeah, here now I'm thinking in terms of, like, can I make a sloping terrain down to the water and whatever is here. And there's not very much here. Although there's a certain amount of caveage in here. Well, the amount of sand at least should give me a supply of glass. Let's see. So I've got that there. I can put some of these things away. A number of things. Oh, probably could do with getting this started. So maybe plant some trees for this. Let the grass grow over here. Kind of smoothing out the Minecraft generation a little bit. Oh, are you music? Hi there. I am indeed. I'm basically being half distracted most of the time playing Minecraft, but the Minecraft part doesn't actually have to succeed or be good. And it's kind of a decompress day for me. Let's see, I'll want to place one of these, at least. I'll want to make more of this. So there's one thing that I might want to place. I want to get a bunch of coal. And I want to make a bunch of glass because I'll probably want to build stuff using that. And let's see. Have an X. I've got a certain amount of iron. Maybe it would be amusing to set up a sort of chicken bomb generator. It's one of the things I sometimes do. And I wanted to... Did I bring any buckets? I know I have some. No, I didn't. Although I can use up this iron shovel. Yeah, the next reverb I intend to do is most likely going to be one called K-Levy. And that's because the 6x6 matrices are doing a fairly decent job of getting into that zone where they're kind of like Led Zeppelin's When the Levee Breaks. Hence, K-Levy. Ooh, and look at all of that falling into there. So much for that shovel. So if I go about things properly, I can figure out how to build something here. Just the deets of exactly how, oh, can't climb up that, is also a question. And this is not doing a very good job of looking like a beach yet. But what the hey. We can but try. Do one thing at a time. Put those away. Put this. So one of the things I was thinking to do was see whether I could start planting and then if I do that, I can lure the cows over. That was useless, but whatever. Also, do I have cobble even? I've got one cobble pick, so maybe it would be a good idea for me to get a little bit of cobble. In my sort of start over from scratch zone here, which is basically what I'm doing. I'm going to plant the firefly bush here. See if it works. Lovely. Then I'm going to move this here, move all of this stuff a little farther over. Wonder how much light that even generates. And then, yeah, so that's one of my challenges right now, is I don't even have cobble, but I have a pick, so I can go and get some. Wonder whether some of the chickens went all the way down there. Probably. That would kind of figure. Work from here, make this a little bit more natural looking. And be able to dig some cobble from in this area, which is actually just a path down into a darkness and gloom. But one thing about it, I can at least get a couple of cobbles out of there. And that means I can make shovels from a fairly simple and straightforward Minecraft husbandry project. Boop. That should do. Doop, doop, doo. Trying to keep an eye on chat to some extent. As you know, when I'm doing the live streaming, it's a real challenge for me, keeping up. I'll do my best. Ooh, over here is where it was. I'm probably going to want to make a staircase down into this area in some way. And yeah, this was the other thing that I was going to do, is place the crafting table. There's a lot of this stuff I can put back. And I had forgotten I have the decent bow. Also contemplating using this space to grow a bunch of jungle trees. And then do some of my stuff with jungle wood. Seems like a plan. And that'll hold me for that for now. That's coming along slowly, but it'll go. So cobble and sticks mean shovels with which I can do the first thing I had on my mind. Also, I keep thinking in terms of making one of those chicken making machines. You know, one of the first things I ever did in Minecraft was develop an elaborate machine for like using redstone to harvest eggs and rethrow them into a chamber in which would be other chickens. And it was an interesting and amusing challenge. It'd be a fun thing to do. Of course, currently I'm not doing anything like that. Currently I am just doing really primitive and basic terraforming. So I can make a little house that is sort of over towards the beach. And I'll probably construct a beach out of spare sand. And then I'm just going to flatten everything out. You know, we're talking of things like right-wingers and stuff. One of the challenges that brings on the somber moods in me, in a much earlier, you could practically call it a whole other life, I played Minecraft not in the sense of how I'm currently doing this, which is running a Minecraft server on a disused laptop in my basement. But I purchased Minecraft servers for my friends, and I was part of a community of bronies. So I knew a bunch of folks along those lines. I started out in furry fandom, and then we discovered the MLP property, and a lot of people went full brony at that stage. And back in the day, it had this very positive vibe to it. Oh, hello, sandstone block. Maybe I'll build things out of sandstone blocks. Meanwhile, so much for that, but I've got more. And I maintained a Minecraft server for literal years and did a whole bunch of live streaming where I started the development server that I make plugins on. That's what I started playing Minecraft on. This antique Mac from way back in the day. Oh, that noise was the noise of rain. And there was a bit of a problem, which was, well, hang on. Let's make more glass. You can never have too much glass when you're building cool things. Is this a thunderstorm? Can we pass the night? No, it doesn't look like it. Well, one thing about, what am I seeing over there? Oh, that's just a horse. One thing about the Brony community is it got targeted big time by essentially Russian bots. There was a concerted effort to channel people towards things like, for instance, the broadcaster Tim Pool. And I will forever be extremely grumpy when even mentioning that man's name. It's like, nope, that guy cost me personal friends. Do not like, do not want. I try not to be consumed with hatred, but man, certain people working with the Russians have done so much damage. It's quite mind-boggling. And I ended up with my personal friends for whom I had paid for Minecraft servers for years, joking around how they wanted people like me to be thrown out of airplanes. Because, of course, that is the Pinochet helicopter rides meme right-wingers will do. Where they're like, it is very funny to talk about taking leftists and people who are not alt-right and throwing them out of helicopters. They should all be killed. And my friends were behaving in that way. And it wasn't that broke up those friendships, weirdly enough. It was when some of these friends were like, oh, I guess we just see things differently. This is why. By the way, this is where I get my information. Maybe you should too. And pointing me to, in fact, literal Tim Pool, or Pim Tool, as people sometimes call him. And I would basically take one look and go, oh, I recognize what this is. Look at how hard this guy is trying to force people to get into civil war. Look at how incredibly toxic this dude is. That seems bad. And how are my friends not seeing what this is? How are my friends not understanding what this guy is making them think when I only have to look at the, thumbnails and titles of the videos and rather quickly see what's up with this? And it didn't really get, there weren't really any good answers. But that's what led to both Trump presidencies, is the fact that these people were spending huge amounts of money and energy on pushing people to being all kinds of super alt-right because it was a way of causing divisions and doing damage. And the damage was very effective, very effective. So I look at stuff like, our challenges with, do I want to take all of this grass block away? I suppose it'll grow back eventually. It leaves me like looking at all manner of stuff and going, in what way can this be turned to evil? Like in what way can my work developing plugins be turned to evil? Well, doubtless there are ways. I'm not sure if I'd be held responsible for the evil that's produced by people taking what I'm trying to do for the good of other people and turning it to evil, but it's disheartening. When you're working on a more civilized kind of, I'd like to help people and I'd like to do nice things, and find out that it can be very easily turned to evil, turned to bad things. An example, because this is the kind of stuff that floats around in my head all the time, basically. There is a anti-Trump right-winger whose videos I sometimes watch. He's not a good man, but he shares the same enemies that I do. A guy named Rick Wilson does the Lincoln Project. Not entirely trustworthy. He'd probably be offended if you said that he was trustworthy, but he is very good at the dirty tricks kind of politicking. And on some videos, in some places, he would, Rick Wilson or Rick Wilson adjacent content. You would watch a video that he made and find that all of a sudden he was lisping like mad. The guy was all talking like that. And the impression that I got is, and it would only be on video conferencing stuff, right? Like not on locally recorded things, but anytime he was doing a live stream, or like recording off of Zoom, or having somebody else on Zoom be zooming in and talking with him, you would get these points where suddenly the people there were lisping like crazy, and other recordings of them didn't have that. And that could be an instance of my literal work being used for evil, because that's the work of a de-esser. That would be the work of figuring out how to identify who is doing the video, like finding them somehow, being like, oh, this guy is online, let's mess with him. And then doing a man-in-the-middle attack where you're intercepting the audio stream, decoding it, recoding it, after having applied a strong de-esser. And the purpose of that is to hurt that person's credibility in the eyes of other people who are very gender normative and don't like gay-sounding people. Because if you have a recording and it sounds like the person is lisping like mad, they may sound effeminate in a way that won't fly for certain people. Like some people might be like, I don't like that. Listen to that guy. I can't take him seriously. He is a giant homosexual. It is those kinds of uses of technology that are very interesting to me, and yet at the same time, I don't know that that's what's happened. It just seems weird to me that specifically Rick Wilson, who I know has enemies of those natures, I've also seen Vaush be on a stream, and several things happened. One of them is that his audio was extraordinarily bad quality, and the local recording was fine, but the recording of Vaush in this context was just completely appalling. It sounded like a horrible walkie-talkie or something. And I've also heard the lisping thing happening. And it makes me wonder, particularly when, and I will call this out, Tim Pool has been in fights with people like the Majority Report people, where he accused them of making his music sound particularly awful in order to make fun of it. And he records music. Actually, at one point, he was using a guitar with Firebird pickups on it, which is, like, makes me sad because I like my guitar with Firebird pickups on it. I'd hate to think I had anything in common with the guy, but that's just maybe. Point being, why would that man immediately have his mind go to somebody's messing with my audio to make me sound bad, other than perhaps that's normal in the crowd that he moves in, because they do that. And yeah, it's just interesting living in the world we're in, where warfare is done by just other means now. Warfare is done through messing with stuff in various ways. And it's daunting. It's also interesting. Looks like I have some reeds growing over there. I'm going to have a look at chat a little bit. I'm also getting closer to needing to take a break. And I'll continue doing all of my sort of basic stuff here. Like if I keep at this very basic level, it's almost, it like doesn't matter whether people come and grieve the heck out of it, because it's like, oh, I'm just doing this. I'm going to do a clever way of bringing the grass level down by letting it spread usefully. Because if I leave enough space, we can take a lot of dirt out of here and have it still remain grass block. Probably want to harvest some of this stuff too. It's kind of cool. See, the grass should be able to spread in such a way that I can lower this grass level substantially. We'll figure this out. Looks like I found a little bit of coal. Oh, and time for me to head to bed. I should get more of those firefly bushes. Those are cool. I'm liking that. That was me trying to go to scroll live chat. Or you music, this is at like, look closely at the screen and you might in fact find where you would find the server. It's not a secret. I'm just, if anybody asks, how do I log in? Where do I find the server? I don't have to respond to that because it's sufficiently obvious. But yeah, it is, and you can call it griefing issues. I'm not sure if it rises to the level of griefing issues so much as if I make it possible for people to just come and play. Some of them will just do it in a mean and unhelpful way. For me to call it griefing issues would imply that I intended to protect people against that, and I'm not willing to go that far. Like, I am not a big enough person to be able to guard against anybody's day being spoiled by somebody logging on, because, like, you can watch one of the old streams and see that, yeah, that number that you see there, that really is it. It's not being protected from any of that. I've talked also earlier about how I saw it a little bit like an anarchy server-like experiment, but not really, because I think that kind of implies that you expect people to cause harm and make a big mess. I wouldn't go that far. I don't want to expect people to grieve. I'm just saying I'm not going to a lot of effort to stop people ever from grieving. If that makes any sense. Hopefully it makes sense. Looks like I've got a good amount of sand, anywho. Dum. I'll line some of this stuff up. Might as well take that as well. And I can flatten some of this stuff out, but we're probably getting on towards where I'm going to turn this into a sandy area. See, I don't want it to be wasteful of the sand. I suppose if I wanted to go really hardcore, I could make a sandy area out of sandstone. It would look very similar, but it would be quite different. But I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I know what I'll do. I will head over to be here, and like old school Minecrafter Vetches. You ever heard of Vex? Minecrafter from way back in the day? Jump around on top of things while talking about stuff and reading chat. Or indeed setting up to scroll chat. Yeah, lots of chat has got past me. I wish I could see it more easily. It's where I can see it, but yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'm I'm glad people are having fun talking in chat. I'm sorry I didn't see more of it. And yes, I am going to need to take a little bit of a break in a moment. It's all good. Yeah, and I have caught up with chat. Dabs is correct. Back in the day, once upon a time, I did build the chicken factory using redstone. That was a long, long time ago. I'm talking a decade ago. So excuse me while I briefly disconnect, because I have to go and make a pit stop. I'll be right back. Hey. And back. Let's log on and see where we at. Oh, it's heading towards darkness. Time for bed. Boop. Here, trying to keep an eye on chat. And Sierra Crosswalk mentions Loading Ready Run. Oh yeah, no, I enjoy the heck out of Loading Ready Run. Did you know that they're going to do a new Panelists? The Panelists is one of my favorite shows by them. Loading Ready Run is one of the things that is most likely to keep me happy as things go. The fact that they are out there doing their thing. I think my favorite thing would be if I was to be able to participate in Desert Buzz. I would love to help them do that, although I don't know if it's a practical suggestion, but all the same. Yeah, Loading Ready Run are awesome. Hi! Look, Asipo, hey, hey. Now we'll grab another egg. Oh, wow. Well, thank you very much. Look at all those totems of a dying. Are you sure? Do you need any of them for yours? Okay. Alrighty. I wonder what's going to happen with the... Because off he goes. Turning around and looking back. Off he goes towards that mysterious building in the distance. The building which is in... Oh, no, that's simply a portal. Okay, so now we got a portal. I guess that's cool. That might come in handy. Now there is a... oh, hi. We got a underwater zombie thing here. I just almost fell into the pit, which perhaps I won't want to do. Oh no! Look, Asipo, something bad happened when you went back into the... Presumably. Yep. That would be Lucasipo as the pixel off in the distance because it just, yep, moving and running. Going into the portal. So that's cool. There's a distant portal. The server is always up, which means when I do eventually get around to streaming, who knows what might have happened. So I can't guarantee consistency here. But I just leave it running. Periodically, if I see that there is nobody on it, I may very well reboot it so that it'll be fresh. Currently, this is me figuring out what to do with this, apart from just continuing to flatten everything out. Well, that's something I could certainly do, though. Oh, you go ahead and build a little hut around here. That's fine. I'm not going to step on anybody building anything for the most part. Seems like a fine idea to me. And you know, if I didn't like it, I'd probably just do something else. I wonder whether maybe you found the Yeah. See, you go ahead if you want to build cool stuff in there, be my guest. It was the first thing I thought of, but then I might not spend the time because I'll be busy making plugins and stuff. That's usually how that works. But yeah, that's why I parked like right over here. I'm going to be sort of on the beach. But yeah, making something cool in here would be nice. And I have no objection to other people making cool stuff in the same vicinity. Meanwhile, let me put some of these things. Yeah, I have no idea what I'd build in there either. Oh, backup iron. You know, I can probably turn that backup iron into ingots. That'll come in handy. Also, I can turn this into... I totally do not... Oh, you have? Okay. I had to ask because I didn't know. Yeah. Just for the... Word to the wise, if anybody wanted to give me cool things, the diamonds is certainly nice. I would enjoy having the ability to have plenty of ender chests everywhere for everybody. So ender chests and eyes of ender that can be used to make ender chests, that would be a good thing. Because the neat thing about that is that if there's lots of that around, not only is it a convenience, but it also means anybody who comes on is able to guard themselves against griefing, because no matter what happens to you, or if you show back up and you get obliterated because somebody made a trap for you or whatever, if you have an under chest, then something of yours can be preserved and protected. So I would like there to be more under chests around. Anybody who is a better gamer than me, if you want to set about making it possible for people to have more in the way of ender chests, I smile upon that endeavor. That said, it's nice being given like the little gifts of diamonds and stuff. I'm not really playing a high-skill game to the point where I'm making much use of it, so there's that. But right now I'm basically just terraforming, as one does. Sometimes that's what one does. Speaking of which, that's almost done. I'm making a big old glass collection, so I guess that's going to be a thing. Hi. Ooh, okay, clearly doing very well. Shulker boxes. Neat. Thank you. Also, when I was playing Snowball, shulker boxes were things that there would be lots of stuff in. In this case, not so much. Nothing wrong with that, though. Cool. Yeah, if you're giving them to me, be sure to give them to other people, too. That's kind of how I roll when derping around, being the Minecraft proprietor and owner of the server, being given gifts of random stuff. Right. Yeah, I think I was seeing some of your the stuff that you do on Blue Sky Calplus. I remember seeing something about tech in that way. Meanwhile, I've got a bunch of dirt that I could go back to that. I'm all contemplating collective buildings of things. So let me see, what was I wanting to do? Among other things, I wanted to make a beachy kind of area and a hill. Yeah, that would be where it's handy for people to be building things like ender farms and such. Because I can't do anything for you as far as... I must admit I'm interested in how people make XP farms out of outposts. Because, you know, we've got a pillager outpost on this very island. In fact, that's what I went looking for. I had used a map seed thingy, and I had gone and found like, oh, and if I go here, there is a neat cool island that's sort of all by itself, plus there's a pillager outpost. Maybe I'll go and check that out. And I did, and sure enough there is. I have done nothing further about that, although the idea occurred that maybe I could do a sort of really primitive pillager XP harvesting thing. Like places to take cover and just go and spawn some of them, send them off somewhere. Also, there was a further thing that I was going to do, which I can... Oh, it wasn't ready yet. Huh. There I was thinking that that was ripe, and it was not. You can see guys running around. Back in the day, I used to watch those Minecraft Battle Royale things that people did. It's been a while, but back in the day I did. There was one particular one, I forget even what they call it. Like Vetches would make super hostile maps, so that was a thing. But that's not the thing I'm thinking of. What I'm thinking of is something else. But there was a PvP style game that people would do. And that was kind of neat. Oh, hello, iron. Is there more? Not that I'm in desperate need of iron blocks, but nothing wrong with going and getting some of my own if there is. Signs point to nope. Well, I could make a sandstone thing, I suppose. That might be kind of cool, right? Harvest a bunch of sandstone and then build a house using a sandstone block. In fact, I could build a house off of the cliff and then it would be under, rather than just making this sloping area. I'm sloping down far enough that it would make sense to build something underneath there. And I do have a whole bunch of glass being made, so there's that. And I can get more. I could also try growing this stuff a little bit faster than it is. I don't think anybody is on the main spawn island, although I could be mistaken. I should chop some of this stuff down. It's blocking these from growing. I'll tell you one thing about playing with a bunch of musician people who use my plugins rather than people who are alt-right edgelords, is that it's much less likely for people to be joking around about wanting me murdered, because that was an enormous drag. You make personal friends, and then you find that they're like, oh, hey, let's kill all the leftists. Oh, what are you doing, Chris? Oh, you don't count. You're one of the good ones. I didn't even know what they were about, but it just left a really bad taste, that stuff. Again, that was like 10 years or so ago. I ended up having to do a lot of learning and growing. It's weird because it's like I continue running into experiences like that. Like the guy, it's possible that the guy that moved to my town is a little bit distant with me because I am arguably friendly with a very edgy guy who he absolutely detests. And I don't want to talk about which guys these are either, because it's like we don't run around making a big mess. Just saying, there is a YouTuber that got into a bit of scandal for having been pirating developers' software in order to do a live stream and be one of the first people to do it, and then being very classless about it and handling it. And the developer community did not like this, understandably. They were like, no, you were a big jerk. But the guy has other things to recommend him, like he does useful stuff other than just that. But it does always make me wonder whether maybe this guy who lives in my town doesn't want to hang out with me or talk with me. Not that I see a lot of evidence of that, because I'm too friendly to this dude that is the giant edgy guy. And again, I do not trust edgelords anymore. It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what gender you are, it doesn't matter where you're coming from. It's like, I just don't trust that. I don't trust people who need to be edgy and cool. I would rather be a complete loser and lame and not be that kind of person. I need to go and build myself another. Maybe I'll use all the iron that I've got to make iron tools rather than just sticking to the stone tools. Oh yeah, Death Out of Hell. I used to want so much to play Space Engineers. I don't remember exactly who it was I saw. It might have bin Vetches, actually. Vetches, the Minecraft guy. But it was never Mac available, so that wasn't something I could do, but I wanted to play Space Engineers so bad. It looked so fun. And yeah, it's this stuff like that. And I guess you just have to learn two things. So one, learn to grow up and not be an edgelord. Or a supposed edge lady. You can be trans and excessively edgy as well. But it's not only that. There's also the element of, is society being groomed in such a way that edgelords are supposed to be the only cool people? And we have no control over things like that. So part of it is just being, I don't know, I guess, being brave about... Have you ever heard of game theory and tit for tat? The Prisoner's Dilemma game? this is something, ooh, look at that falling down. This is something I've learned about, and I've taken a lot of, I consider it to be very good advice. There's this kind of game theory where, oh, well, I didn't hurt myself anyhow. Well, I did, but not all that badly. I was trying to stand on that over there. It just didn't work. Let's try again. Tit for tat is a strategy that can be used to play the game of Prisoner's Dilemma. Prisoner's Dilemma is a game you can have where it's about playing Prisoner's Dilemma, namely, are we having lag here? Where it's a social game, and you can either cooperate or defect. It's the basic social game of where you can either cooperate or defect. And if you defect, you can get an extra bonus. And if you cooperate, the best you can get is a tie. And the strategy tit for tat was, in a particular run of this game, the most successful, even though it never actually won any of the interactions it was in. I read about this in a Douglas Hofstadter book. And I've taken it as a sort of guide for life type of thing. It's certainly a guide for whether to be edgy or not. Because the thing about the tit for tat concept of in interactions where you could be exchanging or beating other people or failing to beat other people, you can simply play in such a way that you do not win. Instead, you get by doing your level best, sleepy time, and set up a community of other cooperators and if you do that well enough, you end up fine. Well, look at this extremely tall jungle tree. It's going to take a while for the vines to grow on that one. Let's see, where was I at? I think I was completely and totally out of shovels, so maybe what I'll do is I'll give myself just one little iron shovel and go from there. And I'll put some of my other stuff away. Sure do have a lot of dirt. Maybe I should be using some of this dirt. Ah, Dr. Wiggins. Good for you, you got diamond. I do not know if there is a website out there where you can test your own strategies. What I know about it is that there was a occasion, are those, I believe any lava casts would be the griefers. Or griefer, or whoever it is that was up to that. I don't think there are lava casts that are legit. One thing about it, though, it reminded me like, oh yeah, that's the thing that you can do. I wonder if there was something that I could do that was amusing and used that construction strategy. Yeah, Lucas Hippo got griefed. Lost a farm to it. Yeah, condolences is basically it, because where I'm at regarding that is I have too much else to do to get heavily involved in protecting anyone from the consequences of people being able to log on to this server, because the thing is, I can't be there all the time. Like, I don't even technically have ops. I don't have any ops on this server. It's just there. And there is no chance that I can spend time on the server making sure people's builds are safe and okay. So I more or less have to just be like, okay, good luck, guys. Hope you enjoy the playing that you have there. I can't actually protect you because that would involve being way more active or way more proactive, or however you'd want to call it, of handling this kind of stuff. Yeah, no, I got pranked in a nicer way, which was still like funny once, kind of not really all that excited about having that be a constant thing. I got pranked in a funny way in that I was keeping a farm of a whole bunch of cows at spawn in this pen, which was made out of essentially just cherry blossom leaf blocks. I had ground up a bunch of leaf block. And I logged back in in the place that I normally was and on the server that I normally was, only to find that the place I was at was instead a giant, enormous pile of cows. Like there were a million, billion, zillion, cajillion cows. They're still probably kind of there, but not where you left them, because what I did, there was the cows, and then there was also a giant amount of let me move this shovel to where I can reach it easier. And then there was also a portal. So the answer was fairly straightforward, really. I got some wheat, and I won, and then they would all go away. So rather than going and killing off all the cows, I just sort of made them go away through making them become nether cows. And now there is, unless people have used them by now, there is a large quantity of nether cows. Probably still there. Probably visible from spawn even. Or the spawn nether place anyhow. Last time I went into the nether, I was scoping stuff out a little bit. And let's see, what would I like to do here? Well, one thing I could do is get some more sand, because we got a sandbar. Early on, I was talking regarding this server about how I would be happy enough if it was essentially like your classic anarchy servers, like the famous DPDT or whatever it is, something along those lines. That's a famous anarchy server. And what I overlooked is that I'm not really that thrilled with having everything be PvP to that extent. Doesn't really make me happy for people just to be griefing each other all the time. And that was another problem with the previous crowd that I had, the Minecraft ponies, where I was paying for a server for them, and then they were just talking about having me killed by helicopter. Didn't like that. Well, they were also, to some extent, interested in griefs and pranks and things, which was maybe a signpost, but I didn't really pay too much attention or care. You do what you can, really. And you can't necessarily. The trouble with this stuff is these kids legitimately got hoovered up by those alt-right people because they didn't know any better, and they were conned by a bunch of bad arguments and just got co-opted. You know, they just became like, well, this seems to make logical sense, therefore we should be all like right-winger meanies now. And they didn't know any better. I wonder if I'm going too far. Surely this should be filling itself up, right? And yet, no, I have water flow going on. So maybe we're going to get into the zone where I can start actually placing beach. Am I carrying? I am carrying sand. So I could start placing beach. And just decide this is where it starts. I'm certainly going to have enough dirt to go and put a layer of grass on top of that other place, though. And by other place, what I mean is the previous base that I built. Sloptron, hey, well, thank you. Hey, and we've smoothed out the water, too. I will do my best. One of the things I was mentioning earlier is that I have a feeling that the work that I'm doing in guitars is not as inspiring to people as I might hope. Like, I feel like the guitar-obsessed crew of Airwindows people is like my age, meaning far too old. And that doesn't stop me. Like, I will completely be happy to be excited about things like guitars long past when anybody else is. But all the same, I do acknowledge that sometimes maybe just is in a zone where people are not that excited about my ability to make guitar sounds that are useful and do good things. Like, maybe the guitar is not that interesting an instrument for people these days. Might be a little past that point. I'm not sure. Like, who knows? Maybe there's still a place for it. I think that there's plenty of ability to use that for driving other kinds of sounds. It's a handy way of doing things like that, but I get it if people just don't find it interesting. And in particular, the way I could be measuring something like that is the how well the video performs. And the video perform is something I can plainly see because, as other YouTubers have talked about sometimes, the YouTube makes you know it. YouTube makes sure you know whether the thing that you're doing is doing really well or it's doing really poorly. Some of my stuff has done really well, and then the most recent guitar effect has done really poorly. And that's not necessarily meaning, oh, that's bad, I shouldn't have guitar effects. But it can be telling me, hey, people maybe aren't very interested in your guitar effects compared to some of the other stuff you might do. You know, it's a thought. And I am inclined to not, if something like that is going on, I won't want to force it. Like, I will prefer, man, it gets laggy. There we go. A little more coal to add. Do I have more coal? Yes, I do. Add a little more coal there. We're doing this very nice sort of ultra low overhead build here. Like, this does please me as far as playing this game in this particular way. In the same way that it pleases me that I've got a like where I'm at in as far as doing Airwindows and doing this work, it's hanging in there probably about as well as any of the commercial guys are. And that pleases me. But part of that is because anytime I had resources, for instance, speaking of resources, one thing that is a resource is appliances and things. I wonder if this is going to grow down far enough for me to be able to reach. Actually, I can simply... I will harvest there we go. Now I should be able to climb the tree. Looking good so far. Oh, well, that's unhelpful. There we go. Lovely. God, what was I talking about? I was talking about YouTubers. I was talking about, I guess, the algorithm, wasn't it? Something like that. Must have been. What I'm going to do right now is chop down this tree, and then we'll move on from there. I'm just speculating on whether I could maybe harvest some more vines before I go. Probably. This would be a bad place to sit under some circumstances. So those might still be there by the time I get back. Let's not plummet from the top of the tree then. Yeah. Oh no, that is... When I am playing a video game like this one, it can be a... Goodness, Crafty Man, what on earth did you do? That was an amazing achievement to get. See, I think some people find it very easy to get used to the idea that Chris is just going to continue to produce new plugins on a weekly basis. Like, nobody else is really working at that pace, free or paid. And there's a cost. The deal with being the person who can continue to come up with new plugins on the weekly basis is that it's going to be kind of scattered. Like, sometimes they're good. I was talking about how I thought guitar is going out of style, and although I like doing new things for guitar fanciers and am doing new things for guitar fanciers, I also sympathize with if this is just not interesting anymore. I don't find I'm listening to a lot of guitar music myself. I will listen to a bunch of drum and bass or whatever. Or the DJ guy, First Person, recently released a new mix, and it was Future Garage. And Future Garage is a pretty good job of doing the kinds of sounds I enjoy. And that's not necessarily guitar-based stuff. Or even worse, like let's talk bass. After many, many years, I finally managed to get a hold of a Rickenbacker bass. It is not the fanciest form, although funnily enough, it's very similar to what Chris Squire's looked like. But it is actually a real one. But now I'm more interested in things like, can I take a, like 6 signs, for instance, and make that so that I could do similar musical notes as you'd get from a Rickenbacker bass. Just like, okay, now this is the free software and it does the same thing. You're welcome. And if you can do that, why have the fancy and excessively expensive bass? Because you want to, basically. Because it's like, nope, I like this bass. It makes me happy. But it's all an interesting sort of balancing act between stuff that's worth doing or worth having, stuff that's excessive, perhaps, or being afraid of getting your stuff stolen because you're like, no, I like this stuff and it's my stuff and I don't want anybody to take my stuff. But like, what do you do that justifies that kind of thing? Some of the people that I talked about the folks who used to be part of my community where I considered them friends. And then they went on this hard alt-right thing where they ended up being like, oh, let's throw the leftists out of helicopters. Well, I could just as easily be hanging out with leftists who would be like, anybody who has a house needs to be killed because everything has to be shared and everything has to be equal. I don't agree with all of that. I don't have answers for some of these things. But it is always very interesting. And that's why I can have, say, a Rickenbacker bass and go, do I deserve this? Should I have this bass? It makes me happy. There's that. Like, I can't deny I enjoy the thing. It pleases me to have this thing. As far as, like, can I justify having this and not somebody else having it? That becomes twitchier, more difficult. Because it's like, well, am I a very good bass player? Do you have to be a very good bass player to justify having a fancy instrument? Not necessarily, but it's all like, one word that comes to mind is utilitarian. And there's a concept of utilitarianism where it's like, well, people having stuff should make use of this stuff. Hoarding things and not letting people have them seems bad. There's some truth to that as well. But it's all very much like everything is just complicated. And what you do is you try to do your best at being able to identify when something is really wrong. But there's always going to be a lot of confusion around what counts as really wrong. So a lot of times what I end up with is just trying to, be good as well as I can within the context of who I am and what I can do. Oh, getting very dark. I wonder whether hot tourist destinations has to do with the nether, because it would be a pun about hot. God bless, exactly. And the thing is, like, would a diamond engraved Gibson make it sound or play any better? I think not. I don't think that's how that works. And like the guitar neck that I started out playing is currently on a ratty old Telecaster, which doesn't look as if it's valuable at all. And yet it has these pickups, which are really lively, wild-sounding pickups. So I happen to think that this particular instrument is weirdly valuable. and yet it's not what I'm reaching for to actually play. A fair amount of what I'm playing, when I do play anything, is the Les Paul. And yet that Les Paul is from some kind of period where Gibson was experimenting. And what do I see? Oh, it's a blue flower. Nice, there we go. And they'd made a pretty garbage instrument where it was made to be extremely light. And in fact, it still is. That's the instrument I've got, is this one. And had dot inlays. It was not particularly fancified in many ways. And it had some kind of dumb knobs on it and active pickups. And this is from Gibson, mind you, but it was like a bad Gibson. It was not good. And it cost me like $350. It was such a bad Gibson that it wasn't even worth serious money. And yet it played really nicely, and I was quite happy with it. And then I ended up putting, because I had old Gibson pickups from back in the day. Long ago, I got a box of guitar parts from this guy who wasn't really interested in using them. And among these parts were real old school Gibson humbuckers. I'm not sure if you would call them like PAF, which is, of course, the go-to super high-quality Gibson humbucker. It's like, oh, is it a PAF? Is it a Pearly Gates? No, but they're relatively low-impedance Gibson humbuckers, and that's exactly the sort of thing which can sound really nice in an instrument. And so I put those humbuckers on the not actually good guitar, and that's the one I've been using. So I will often reach for that if I'm wanting to play something. I also went and built one of my Strat bodies, probably not a real Strat, and a real Strat neck. Actually, no, it was the Telecaster neck. Into the one with Firebird pickups, and that's the one that I was doing the lead solos on, the chimey guitar video. And yeah, that's the having an instrument that reacts to you and makes the sounds you need it to make is really important. But I've always kind of gravitated towards like the Franken guitars, the weird ones, and like it when other people do likewise. It's like, no, go for the weird guitars. Go for the ones where you didn't just spend a lot of money trying to get a guitar that is deemed valuable in general. It's like, no, get something weird and personal. And of course I can't make people do that, but it does sort of generally please me, the idea that one could do that. Speaking of doing things, let's build over here. What shall we do? Well, I could make it a steeper drop off. Figuring out what I want to do with that. Gabriel with the messed up pots on the guitar. Yeah, that's not normally what I like in that, but I hear you. That could absolutely be a thing. It's a question of, does that speak to you? Does that work for what you're trying to do? And there's no reason it shouldn't. Huh. Here we go, trying to place blocks appropriately, and it's not necessarily going well, but it'll be fine. If I'm not careful, I'll leave places for drowned to materialize. It's just me figuring out what I want to go where. I've got all this sand, I've got all this sandstone. And what could I place? Well, I've got enough sandstone that I can put in a floor. Where the floor goes is another question. And I've got a shovel so I can start digging away some of this dirt. Where that goes is also a question. Also, I can never get, why does sand go this high up on a hill? Like, I'm going kind of, come on now. No, that's not where sand is. That doesn't make any sense at all. So maybe I'll go through, get more sand, and then be replacing it with dirt. And I can put the sand where things belong. It's like, okay, no, these Minecraft blocks have to go in a particular place. It is incorrect for the sand to be here. We must fix the sand. It's silly, I know. That's why I'm making fun of it. Because it's so arbitrary. Much like my deciding whether guitars are good or not. It's like, that can be so arbitrary. Firstly, why am I caring, or do I care whether people like guitars or not? If I like it, that should be enough. But then there's also, like, am I gravitating towards things where if I use my little catchphrase, which is, of course, you can do this, well, I take that real seriously. I think that should be a thing. You should be able to set people up with something neat that they can do with their own tools and their own musical interest. And then they can do this for whatever value of this you're doing. Maybe I'm going to want to make some torches and go down into there. And one of the things about guitars is that there is a timeless history of like what you'd get in the old Frank Zappa record, Joe's Garage. There is a marvelous history of people who weren't able to have very much, but they were able to go and get a guitar and use that to make music with. And it's an accessible kind of thing. It's the sort of thing where that's the sort of thing that one could do. You could get heavy into guitar and start playing it, and then pursue that to whatever you'd want to do with it. And the neat thing about that is I'm doing tangible things towards helping, because the kinds of sounds that people might have formerly had to buy expensive amplifiers to do, I've put a lot of effort towards making that accessible, making it so that you could get a guitar, record it into the computer, use, I don't know, pointy guitar or something, and voila, all of a sudden, if you wanted to do I am getting a bit of server lag, yes. Also, it's heading down towards bedtime. There we are with another stack of glass. We can give it another stack of sand. We can run off and plant another tree or two. Soon enough, I will be making the egg machine I was talking about. That'll be fun. And another. On it. Gabriel may be asking me what I've been working on or planning. There's a number of things, honestly. Here, let me keep fussing with this a little bit, and then I'll get back to you. Those don't always stick, do they? Oh, some more over here. Some of what I'm doing is working on reverbs, because one of the things that's very difficult to make realistic in the box, and it all tends to come back to me wanting to make stuff that people can simply download and have. Like, I'm very interested in the prospects of making stuff where it's not, there's no, hey Luca, there's no barrier for not having a bunch of money. Instead, you can, boy, I'm digging into these hills real hardcore, aren't I? I'm very interested in making forms of music possible, specifically forms of music that might not have been as accessible formerly to people who didn't have like a lot of money. So we'll do things like, there's a YouTuber who I've watched before, a music listener guy called JP. And I was enjoying this morning him watching Zappa's Roxy and Elsewhere for the first time. So when you get to watch somebody discover that, that's kind of fun. Because he's unfamiliar with it. And yet I know enough about this guy to know that he digs the progressive type stuff. And so he's going, wow, I can't even keep up. There's so much going on with this. Which is true, absolutely true. When I hear something like that, when I hear Roxy and Elsewhere, which of course I've heard a million times before, I'm wanting to think of like, what can I do to facilitate people being able to make these sounds if they wanted them? And I'm in a pretty good position for being able to do that. That's pretty clearly, my bailiwick, like I know how. So it might end up being a matter of developing stuff so people can more easily get that kind of work done. It's also a question of, do people even want that? Like, I can put a lot, again, I'm going back to my experience with the guitar effect making. It's like I can care a whole bunch about guitar sounds and wanting, firstly, for myself to be able to make cool guitar sounds, and secondly, to make it possible for everybody to have cool guitar sounds like that. But then if guitars aren't all that interesting to people, it can be me putting a lot of effort into it, yeah, but then also a bit of so what? And that can be perhaps a bit of a drag. Anybody doing anything, even if it's like, okay, I'm a guitar player, I'm making music, or anything like that, it's very often there's going to be this level of like, I did that and who paid attention to me? You know, I made my music. Who was there who cared about hearing my music? And if nobody is there who actually cares, it's a bit of a downer. You lose some of your mojo. Oh, somebody is making a very tall new tower. And it's not necessarily your job to fix people's not doing anything that's interesting to lots of other people. It's an interesting enough concept. Plus, it becomes even more interesting when you take it from the, like, part of my angle there is that I'm very interested in artificial life researches and that angle on what AI or artificial life is. It's a big question. There's a lot going on. Let me fill this in so that it looks like there is just that there. That was an experiment. It's a miracle. Okay. Glad I checked that out. That was a cute little endeavor, whatever that was about. Alrighty, now I got a hill that will end up being grown over with grass. I've got an area over here which could do with being filled in a little bit more, so I'll do some of that. This is kind of getting filled in. It's also a place where I've had stuff spawn in there before. Hey. Random egg throwings. So let's see, perhaps trying to make a back wall. It was very small. And yeah, like one of the things that interests me is beyond the realms of simply being a guitar player or whatever. I'm real interested in being able to get into the zones of expressive. See, it all ties together. This is why I get so scattered streaming and stuff. Doing the job that I do, and I'm getting paid for it, and I'm very grateful for that, involves a lot of just speculative stuff, figuring it out on this very grand level. Why do I have so much damn sand? One of those things is if people are to make music that anybody cares about, wow, that's interesting. I totally heard a sound. Who on earth managed to play a guitar in my Minecraft? It was like Iron Man or something. It was cool. Clearly it was one of the other... You other guys heard it first. I saw people going, what the F? What the heck was that? And then I heard it. There is apparently the ability to go boom, boom in Minecraft. Learn something new every day. There it is again. So that's amazing. Anybody got a clue? Somebody's tunneled underneath me and is sounding the thing. Yeah, hear that? Yeah, that is literally either that or it's maybe one of the horns. Oh, Crafty Man, it must be you. Oh, that's what it is. Hell yeah. Goat horn. Cool. That was, see, that's a funny prank. It was a pretty chill and harmless thing, and yet it was momentous. Dome, dome. Yeah, yeah. Snuck up on us with the goat horn. Boom. So let's see, sandstone. I had talked about wanting to do some stuff with sandstone, and that seems like a fine idea to me. Although I feel like I also should do stuff with literal sand, such as fill in the water edge. I'll turn the sandstone into a neat little area. I'm having to fill in a little more of the sand than I wanted, but that's fine. Well, we do have this underwater section, which I believe is going to lead to underwater caves too. I feel like those are being... No, that's cool. So yeah, there's the thing. Is the ominous horn of doom. Horn of doom. Fireworks and horns now. We're getting a embarrassment of riches. Here we are. I see you up there. Yeah, so that is going to end up becoming annoying. I think that's why they made it. That's what it's for, is for being annoying. The better luck, it won't be too annoying. Clearly somebody has, because there's a horn for it. Yeah, I've got a certain amount of leaf litter kicking around. Got some in one of my chests. Oh, did you get it from the pillager outpost? Cool, somebody's been in there. I found it. I picked this spot because that had the pillager outpost, but I haven't actually been in the pillager outpost yet. Largely because I am not that good of a Minecrafter. And they would beat me up and take my lunch money. That's not to say I shouldn't try, mind you. But I'm just saying that's why. I am not good enough to keep up with the pillagers. Oh, they don't have any pillagers there? I don't know, well, seems a shame. Oops. Like, is it a working pillager outpost, or is it failing to... I guess I can have a look. Yeah. Nice to have the handy portals around. I am pretty sure somebody is capable of making nether highways, because I have been on the server and seen dramatic nether highways. I didn't see everywhere they went, but underground cavern. So I don't have very good armor, but I will be prepared with the bow just in case anything happens. Ooh, spooky. I bet there's a lot of nether highways. That's always fun. Oh, no, there's one. I saw one. In fact, he is chasing me. and those are some of those wisp things. Those are cool. I guess he must have killed the dude because he doesn't seem to be here. No, he's there. Oh, there's several of them now. Okay, Craftyman is going to war against those guys. What I wonder is whether they simply respawn when you kill them. I would be a little surprised. It does seem to be very peaceful, though. I'm inclined to, for anybody who's interested, and bear in mind it could be a way of griefing, but I'm inclined to leave it alone. And what I was going to do was lure their cows away. So now I can do that, and it'll probably be safer than I thought. But yeah, that's why I'm growing up some... that's why I'm growing up some wheat, so that I could lure their cows away and lure their sheep away. I'm certain that's a Black Sabbath song. I just can't place it. Maybe it's literally Black Sabbath, as in the name of the Black Sabbath song is in fact Black Sabbath. Could just be. Jonathan's asking, how would I define peak music? Well, I mean, that's very interesting. Like, one of the things I'm trying recently, and I'm fairly happy with how it's going, but I'm also aware that it's like, specifically I'm trying a funny thing, is I am experimenting with timing and musical performance in a particular way. I am explicitly experimenting with not using sequencing. And I don't know whether I'm good enough to really make this point, but it may possibly be. When I say sequencing, what I mean is I've learned how to take machines. Doesn't even need to be MIDI. In fact, I prefer it not to be. But I've learned how to take machines and make those be sequencers. Not the most difficult thing in the world, honestly. It's fairly straightforward. And as such, like from behind me, I didn't actually turn on the blinking lights today. My modular synthesizer and all manner of other things, including MIDI-oriented things. I can generate perfect rhythm all day long. And for years, literally years, I have worked with things like what's it like to hi. I remember Smooth Stone is looking different than this. But I can think of something amusing to do. With far too many cobble slabs, I guess. With my new floor. Don't mind me, I'm having these conversations about music and what would you do to cure music, while at the same time randomly derping around in Minecraft placing blocks. So you get what you get. Sequencing. I was talking about sequencing. So one of the interesting things about sequencing is that you can have perfect rhythm quite easily. And back in the day, one of the things that I would do is I would set up a modular synthesizer or computer or whatever to generate perfect timing and use it to make music with, of course. Don't mind me, slightly distracted doing all of this, but it's fine. Only to find that I wasn't that interested in the end result of this. Like, it's all very well setting stuff up to be perfect. It's been a while since I've had any interest in doing it in the DAW and learning to make the output of the DAW correct all of your things and fix all your wrong notes and make all of the rhythms perfect. I rather quickly figured out, like, hey, this is not interesting to me. I don't feel anything here. This is not giving me what I'm interested in. And so I got bored and I stopped doing it. And where I've been at regarding, what can I put here? Cobble, dirt. Let's go with dirt, because it's going to be a floor here anyway. And I know I have a lot of extra dirt. Speaking of floor here anyway, I was briefly stopped by the fact that it didn't look like the slabs I was used to seeing. And in fact, they don't look like the slabs I was used to seeing. Those don't look like the smooth slabs I'm familiar with, and that's weird, but whatever. I'll make my little slabby checkerboard floor anyhow. And whatever. I just remember smooth slabs looking distinctly different than this, and that's not what we get now. But it helps for, I guess, building certain things, I guess. That noise, geez, it's gonna get really tiresome. Just saying. Ta-da, now I got a checkerboard floor. And I was going to use smooth stone, or rather not smooth stone, what am I talking about? Desert stone, sandstone. Sandstone is the name of the thing I'm speaking of. And figure out whether, oh, yeah, see, I could be using that. I could be using that and not the other thing. Or we could make it a little bit fancy. Then make slabs out of that. It'll look the same on the top though. Or maybe make it even more fancy. No, I guess that's about it for that. But we get the same amount. So now that I've got a bunch of this, it's time to do some building with it. Meaning I don't have to go as deep into these floors. I'm not that thrilled with these floors, but whatever. It's fine. In fact, I think I can go farther back since these walls are not as wide as they had been. And maybe this particular variation of checkerboard is not flying for me. But because I have all these slabs, that means if I do want to maybe go back over to my previous build, and now that the smooth stone half slabs don't look the way they used to, they blend with the regular ones, so that's kind of neat. Yeah, see, I had been talking about, it's getting towards night. You know, what I'm trying to do in perfect beats and my theory, and I'm going to continue to explore this. I'm not sure how well it's going to work. We'll find out. Is that whether or not you're playing quote-unquote real instruments, guitars and such, you can make music, and one of the things I'm doing is, hang on, this might come in handy. Let's make a shulker with some random stuff in it. Got to go back down here and do a little more. Point being, I can take instruments and play them using that little modular synthesizer thing I have. It's got me thinking about whether I can do this in other ways too. And fire off triggers off of a piezo trigger. Now, what you don't know is that I have large quantities of piezo triggers. As it happens, I have lots of those. Like lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of those. Back in the day when I was trying to make something for the purposes of helping people be DIYers, I got mass quantities of some of these things, like the, well, I'm at it. Let me see whether I can do something amusing like this. There, that looks like it's supposed to be there. And I can fill it in with glass. And that'll look nice. In fact, I can fill it in with glass like this. So that there's a kind of roof there. I think I had lanterns on me as well. Rather than just lots of totems of undying. I don't see my lanterns. Oh well. Okay, other thought. Take the cut sandstone and make a bunch of it into slabs. I bet that's enough slabs. So having a weird sort of temple-based thing going on. Anyhow, this ability to fire off percussion instruments using a piezo pickup, that turns out to have significance because if I can make it responsive, I can play stuff and try to find intentional sounding rhythms. Now, the difference between intentional sounding rhythms and machine rhythms would be that intentional sounding rhythms are projecting a kind of sound where a groove happens. I'm not certain I can make this be understandable, but I can try. It would imply that I was able to play soulfully and with groove and stuff, and although that seems very neat, I'm not certain that I can do that, but I think people should. And if I can make the ability to play with groove and turn that into music, like not only be able to do it, but also be able to turn around and have there be musical music coming out. Stuff where people will really be like, oh my God, that is amazing. What cool music, how good that is. So the most recent attempt at music for demonstrating chiming guitar is a first example of something kind of like that. When I say that, what I mean is it's using the modular synthesizer to make a kick and a clap and hats and stuff. These are things I could also persuade like 6 signs to do, for instance. And I'm warm to the idea. Like, I like the idea of having 6 signs make that. Where'd you go? I am not sure. Ah, there you went. I'm sticking things in this area here because I may end up going and building with them later. Also, we're clear on another one of these. So I might as well smelt up a bunch of this as long as I have a little tiny bit of coal left. I will probably want to switch over to making charcoal at some point because I'm like wasting all of my coal doing this. That's it, seems doable. over to the grand glass-shelled thingy. See, we can do this. And then if I could put a door, I'd put a door. Probably can. One thing about it, I can make it easier to see where you come in. Like that. Yeah, that sounds doable, right? I should be able to make a door. I've got different kinds of wood to make it with. Why not? Let's see what a jungle door would look like. That's a shulker box. That's not a building thing. I'm going to say that looks nice. I'm happy enough with it. Let's see where you can place those. Lovely, sort of outside edge of that. That will stop monsters from getting in. And we've got a lovely ability to look into this area here. Also, it's not going to create monsters because it's half slabbed, but I would still probably like to do a bit more. I swear I thought I had lanterns on me. I guess I'm mistaken, and I did not. How do I have a grass block? That seems very weird. Where'd that come from? Perhaps last sleep before moving all this stuff inside. Although I would also like to have some answers to some of these things. That's coming along nicely. So I believe I did not actually finish going in here. Ooh, maybe this could be the chicken bomb thing. Anyhow, the ideas around using a piezo pickup to drive a click generator is that is capable of having very rapid response. I'm basically trying to get away from MIDI here. Because the thing about MIDI is it's all well and good for what it is. I wonder how much height I have over this. Like 2 blocks maybe. I feel like this shouldn't necessarily be a dirt roof, but that's what I got for the moment. Well, some of it has to be a dirt roof, but some of it doesn't. And as for the rest of it, it's like, how many more of these blocks can I get? You always want to expand these builds outwards to ludicrous size. Just like, let's make it a giant hole that goes forever, I tell ya, forever. And that's not necessarily useful or helpful, but still, the temptation arises. Especially when we're building stuff like this, with still 47 blocks available to work with. I'm not sure why I filled in that void. Actually, that's a bad idea. Let's not. Void space filling. I need to place some torches before this goes any further. It's like depressing looking. However, I have torches that are literally just hanging around out here. I'll just take these. I'm also curious as to whether the firefly bush illuminates. Like, could you plant that indoors? Could you have that illuminate inside here? Here's how we find out. Do you illuminate or do you not? It's very pretty, but I don't think it does illuminate. That said, nice effect. Oh, I see. I see. That's how it's going to be. I should get more, but for now, that'll hold. Where was I? Well, among other things. Oh, wait. We can't place those there, can we? Because we're placing half slabs, and we have just a few more. And a whole bunch of sand. Very little more sandstone until I go and get more. I could go and get more. I'm warming to the idea of, I don't know, something else. There's ways of working with this. My pick is almost gone, but that's fine. I'll go and make another. Yeah, so in my, as usual, 27-hour-long answering of a question, it's all very interesting, people wanting to resist the AI takeover of music. That is a real thing. I think it's worth resisting. And I heartily approve of just not rolling over and letting that happen. But my preferred way of figuring that one out is figuring out how can you make music that clearly is not simply AI-generated spew. Because there's going to be a huge amount of just obviously nothing more than AI-generated spew. That's the first thing you're going to get. Oh, I'm not going to be able to mind this unless I'm standing on something firm. Trying to get more sandstone blocks. There is a certain number of them. And this is why my explorations in the direction of playing music in this responsive sort of way are going the direction they're going. And I want to do it in such a way that it can be shared. I want to do it where people can easily join me and also do the same thing. The stuff that I'm doing with regard to the modular synthesizer, not so much. That is not as accessible. Generally, using modular synthesizers is not very friendly or accessible because people can't normally have those. I wouldn't be able to myself if my parents had not died. They left me money and I was able to get that with it. See, time to go and nope, I'd better beat feet back for home. Let's see whether I can remember how to play Minecraft well enough to jump up onto this and get to where the bed is placed. VCV Rack is free. VCV Rack does not necessarily do what my hardware modular synth does. That's the thing, is I'd like to be able to make some of this more accessible. I'm a little puzzled as to how. Although there are probably ways. I didn't mean that to be all caps. Here we go. Why are you mad at me? It's daytime. I'll hit you with an axe. There, now I have 3 strings so I can make a fishing rod. Ba-da-boom. And I'm going to carry this bed with me this time. Oh, yep. There, now let's get some of this stuff. So my theory on musical timing and the use of synthesis is that you should be able to perform stuff I'm not sure if this is here. So telling you you should be able to perform stuff seems like a non sequitur, right? What I mean by that is, oh look, here's more. If you were playing and recording on analog tape and grooving along with some kind of beat, some kind of music, and you can do this using like soft clock, for instance, you can establish a rhythmic potential where the underlying beat could very well be regular, right? Like it's not necessarily going to be all out of sync or randomized or something like that. You have an underlying clock that is running smoothly. Then when you play along with that, there might be characteristic things about the way that's being performed not sure why I went down there. There's nothing to be seen there. Like in performing, you are chasing a rhythm or a musical statement of some kind. When doing that, I'm convinced that there is an intentionality to be heard from the human being attempting to play the music right. And this is common and normal for music players. That doesn't mean it's necessarily the same thing that you would get out of a clock. And that's why I've lost interest in using machines and clocks to get perfectly regular time. I got a lot more to chop down before I can get a substantial amount of sandstone, but I do have a goodly amount here. So it's 56 sandstone, 35 cut, and 2 cut sandstone slab. I feel like there should be more. How far down do I have to go before I get a layer of the sandstone that I can take? I do not know. I could start using my diamonds and shovels. That would be almost as funny as using my diamonds and hoes. So when you listen to the piece of music that accompanies chimey guitar, and it went over fairly well, like one person was like, "Ah, it sounds like Mike Oldfield." That's a kind of compliment. Mike Oldfield's a pretty good player. Well, the thing is, that's a old reference, which means the electronic voices I was using for all the percussion did not come off as electronic sequencing, because they're not. It's possible that what I should do is on Thursday I can try this again. And I can make what's slowing me down is the fact that I don't actually have a sequencer I can run off of a trigger like that. Although there is some possibility that I could program one of my axolotl. Now there's another problem. Like, it's not a problem for me. But when I say program one of my axolotl, that is a little sort of circuit board thing that is no longer made. Like, you can't get these anymore. I should fill up a shulker box with sand. That might just work. We can make all the beaches everywhere if we wish. Shulker box. The one there is the one that to be full of sand. Not sandstone. I'm trying to build with the sandstone, but with sand. There's more. I'm going to do the diamond shuffle, at least one of them. It'll probably last for a really long time, so that's fine. My goal, after all, here, this is like the only diamond tool I have at the moment. It's completely hysterical. Oh, it goes beyond that. Did I mention the thing I discovered? I was researching. Let's see, where's my damn pickaxe? Did I break it? No, I didn't. It's right there. I was doing a little research on Funky Town, which of course is a famous song. It's grooving like anything. It's very much its own thing. You don't have to love Funky Town, but it is a pretty impressive piece of work in its own right. Funky Town was made in one of the first digital multitracks. How first, you might ask? The multi-track that Funky Town was made on was so first that you couldn't overdub with it. Or rather, that's not quite true. Funky Town was made in a digital multi-tracker. You could overdub on this old digital, and it's not as if it was especially high sample rate or anything. Some of the old stuff like was 50K sample rate. Funky Town, not so much. It was on a really old digital multi-tracker, and you could overdub. What you couldn't do was punch in. So when you hear Funky Town in its weird little rigid groove, you're hearing people playing all the instruments more than simply sequencing them. And I think this is true even for the snare. So what it is, did I bring along the shulker? No, I didn't. Okay, I will simply consolidate everything somehow. Yeah, my loadout here is rather pathetic. No matter, we'll get through. When they recorded Funky Town, there may very well have been some basic tracks, like, I don't know, a kick or something, where you set it up and had it sequenced and running. Stuff like vocals, stuff like guitars, stuff like bass, not so much. So when Funky Track was recorded, one of the things they had to do was play every single track from beginning to end without error. They didn't get to punch. They didn't get to punch in and remedy mistakes. No. So there's this funny rigidity to it, but then there is also a sense of intentionality. Again, the word intentionality, that comes from playing the thing straight through without error. And anybody who is playing a track along with the tracks in the song also had to go through and play their part without error. And it is my estimation that you can hear the focus of that. When you hear somebody playing along with something else, and then they play and then they waver a little bit, and other musicians, other tracks react to the hesitation and make sure that things are still on track, I think that's audible. And you get none of that. Oh, look at all of the... So that's very nice. Do I need black ink? Yeah, not right now. Not too worried about that. I think you can hear intentionality in groove. When you have lots of people playing in a track, one of the things that will happen is it all kind of blurs together, especially if people are trying to play basically the same thing. When there's 10 different instruments, even if some of them are screwing up completely, you're hearing the aggregate, you're hearing the average of that, which can involve like randomization. But I think when you're hearing just a few tracks, and they're organized in such a way that they're pursuing a single specific groove, you can hear the way that they're trying to keep things on track. And that doesn't happen anymore. Again, Funky Town, beautiful example. But with other, like lots of bands, and then I have this fondness for the 70s and so on, time periods when people really simply did not click track everything. Plenty of genres people didn't really click track everything. Famously, Dave Grohl and the Foo Fighters, one of the tracks, Lithium, he was having trouble not speeding up in the chorus. And They said, "Hey, why don't we give you the click track?" And this is a guy who had been training himself listening to disco drummers. He, in his estimation, he had the correct time for Nirvana, and so the idea of having to go to a click track was a huge insult. And so he got mad and he went off and he sulked for a while, and then he came in one day and was really determined and nailed it without use of a click track, by just having the intentionality of keeping everything that solid. But when you have people who are not playing to a click track, like for instance, consider The Who. Keith Moon had to play to a sequenced part by strapping, like, duct taping headphones to his head to make sure that he could hear it, and then deafening him with them. But there are plenty of bands where they were not playing to a click. They were playing to each other, or they were playing to earlier recorded tracks. And you can play along to stuff that is perfectly consistent and yet still have a degree of waver going on. And this is what I was exploiting doing the demo for Chimey Guitar. And it is the first time I had ever quite tried to do it in that way. This is why I think maybe what I should do is try something like that for Thursday. And I did it in a genre where it sounded like people were like, "Oh, hey, it sounds like what's his name? Sounds like Mike Oldfield." Because the other instruments, guitars and electric bass, and those are human instruments, but there's nothing saying I couldn't do that on a techno track. And I'm really interested to find out what you'd get, because if you do that in a techno track, it's no longer meant to sound like a 1970s human track. And yet I absolutely can play, for instance, my Zox box, which is a 303 homebrew type of thing. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. I need to thaw out some of my food. My Zox box is the acid synth, because the 303 is an acid synth. And the Zox box is a 303 clone. And it has a very good internal sequencer. I think maybe the original would be even better. But the thing about these internal sequencers in a Zox box or a 303, I see my pay dirt. This is sandstone. The thing about a Zox box / 303 is that it's a machine time. But I can play it on MIDI because the Zox box, unlike the 303, will let you play in MIDI. And I can also trigger the MIDI using the X key. And the thing about the X key is I would have to be able to play the riff, and I'm not a good enough keyboard player to really be confident at that. But the X key doesn't have normal keys. It has these little chiclets that basically you tap on. And that might make it so that I can get and it has a velocity sensitivity. Oh, look, here's some more of that stuff. But the Zox box doesn't really respond to velocity sensitivity. It just has an accent, and you can make it hit the accent or not based on how hard you hit the key. So the question becomes, could I play a acid bass line on a manual keyboard if it had like these clicky keys that the X key has? And the reason I got the X key was not for that reason. It was so that I could use its polyphonic aftertouch. But the X key does in fact have the clickety keys where it doesn't have any travel. It's like a percussive instrument. You just go tap and there's no travel to it. So it's basically clackety clackety. It feels to me as if that's more along the line of being able to get it really on sync, to really be able to dial in. And then it becomes just a question of what kind of tempo would you do. And that's why I'm leaning towards trying to program, again, something that other people can have because you can't get these anymore. The axolotl, which has different inputs and things, and it can send MIDI. So what I was thinking is I need to make the axolotl, oh, am I full? I'm full. Time to go back and unload. Should make a bridge. Unload and sleep, more like. I have a bat friend? Huh. Hello, bat friend. I will. Fine, let's not do that way. Gotcha. Okay. Also, while I'm doing that, I'm going to go and defrost my food for tacos, seeing as we're waiting on somebody to sleep. Oh, wow. Huh. So here's my taco stuff. How come it is that we're not sleeping? That seems like bad. What up with that? Mobs are going to spawn. Whoever is not sleeping, can you please do so? And then I'm going to return to warming up my food and stuff. Yeah, this is not working. I'm sleeping. I don't want to walk away now. Ooh, okay. Well, there's one thing I can do about that, which is disconnect. There. So I'll be back in a moment. Okay, so interesting now. What have we here? Can I log on, or is that going to be a world of hurt? Let's find out. Dun dun. We in a danger zone. Yeah, I think that's not going to work, is it? But you know what might? Going in here and closing the door. I've still got some... I hear a weird sound. So let's see. Got sandstone slabs. Two of those. Sand, not what I'm going to want to build with, but we do have a little more sandstone now, so might be in with a chance. Might even be doing a different kind of build or having some kind of glass roof thing going on. And yeah, the whole conversation that I had been having earlier, and I mean to do something cool with this, but this is actually, I'm going to need more slabs, but I can do something nice with this. And I've got even 3 torches, so that's cool. Oh, wrong thing. So one can be there, and I can light this in. Oh, okay, look who's in. Let's see whether I can still get to my bed, or whether it is now a hell of mess. Okay, I got trouble, but... Wow, how is he missing me? Have fun up there, guys. As a glancing blow. And who have we here who has not fallen dead from flames? This guy. But I have a bow too. Ha. He's a mighty hunter, and I can get the arrows back, so that's cool. Ready? No, we worked around it. Don't worry about it, Lucasipo. Meanwhile, yeah, so the idea of off-grid, people assume that the difference between perfection and human feel is error. I'm not convinced that's true. I am beginning to be of the opinion that human feel has to do with hearing intentionality in the group, which is a kind of a bold claim. It's like, how can that be? What even does that mean? Fair question. What does it mean? But all the same, I think that's how that works. I think that's what you get. How far over does this go? Huh. Well, alrighty then. Well, double already then. Oh. Hang on. That's regular sandstone. I'm doing these builds with smooth. So yeah, Gabriel mentioning inflection and small little nuances. Yeah, pretty much. That's what I have in mind. There's got to be ways, and the thing about it is Funky Town is another example, because we're not talking about the most amazing virtuosic players in the world either. Like, he's good. It's not like he's really bad, but all the same, this is not the biggest virtuoso in the universe, this guy. He's got a real sense of what makes a good groove, but we're not talking a shred master here. And yet, laying down that track, it really does communicate groove-wise. And I think there's a reason. I think that's why. That you can articulate this kind of thing. How far back do I want this? My stove is warmed up and ready. Gonna need to make them have slabs. Indeed. Yeah, so when talking about the intensity of groove of Funky Town without him actually being like the, one person who would never want to believe that that guy was the genius of ultimate funk and groove was Prince. I'm given to understand that I've got a spider in here somewhere. Where are you, spider bro? Oh. Little lagginess problem. Have slab floors again, or not? All right, see you later, Dr. Wilkins. Pretty close. I'm about 45 minutes from being done myself. Just pretty much derping around, seeing what to do. What is Mr. Spider doing? I kind of hear his general vicinity, but I can't tell where he's at. This probably means there's a cave around here somewhere. I'll figure that out later. So let's see. Boop. Hang on a moment. That's not right, is it? So I should go a little farther back there. I could do with getting rid of that spider, but whatever. I can always go and get more sandstone. And I think I will need to do that. But how about changing the shape of this room? I could do without the spider cursing me out. Yeah, you're like right there, aren't you? Ooh. How'd you become grass block all of a sudden? That doesn't seem right. So I could make an additional slot in there, but it's probably fine. If I did, it would look like this. And clearly need another torch. Oops, somebody playing with fireworks. Mind you, it would be a good enough place to place a torch. And then a bunch of half slabs. Oh. Or is this happening because I have been ignoring nighttime where I should be sleeping? Let's try this sleeping thing, see if it works. Yay, here we go. Slimes. So there's a little bit more in the way of, well, that's zombie parts there, so that's no good. Don't like Mr. Creeper. But I don't need to use arrows on those. Ah, I hear lava. I can use that. No, I want your string. Come back. I totally heard lava over here. Yep. So that's a deep hole. I don't think that's necessarily going to... Oop, boink, boink. So if I wanted lava, there's a place I could find it, except for I guess I'd have to mine for it, and perhaps that's not what I'm up to right now. Oh, Craftyman, I think I can spare one. There are 2 of them here. Yeah. Oh, except for that's not going to work, is it? But I don't need spider eyes, so that's fine. Oh, or have you just actually... Over here, shulker box, floating, available. Okay, hold it. There, behind you. There, I can spare that. Actually, I technically could spare both of them, but this one I'm filling with sand at the moment, so. As one does. You know, I should empty. I should empty, and I should make a bridge. Huh, chicks. And just don't use, be sure don't use my eggs for that, because I'm saving them for maybe making a giant machine of. I'll see whether that works. But for now, let's make a bridge over non-troubled waters. That works. Ooh, are you placing that to keep it here? Or are you placing it temporarily? Anybody who generates many multiple versions of, if you can get a bunch of ender chests together, I can contribute some ender pearls for the purpose. So these eggs I'm keeping. Although I can spare totems of undying. I've been given 4 of them and I don't really use them. And let's see. I don't know where that grass block came from. Don't need that. I dare say I don't need the mutton either, but seems kind of wasteful. I could be sort of building all of this stuff. I can place the leaf litter on the ground, and that'll get that out of the way. I could plant all these oak samplings, and that'll get that out of the way. And there, that's now full again. I do have another chest somewhere, which I am not using. Oh, and I mentioned putting the leaf clutter on the ground. Oh, you can stack them up on one spot. I did not know that. Alrighty, sandstone ahoy, which is done by uncovering massive amounts of sand, at which point I'll have lots of sand and or glass or whatever else. And grinding along doing this kind of thing is usually my jam in Minecraft anyhow, so it's very similar to Loading Ready Run player James and his tendency to punch a chunk. Punch a chunk is a whole thing. I think I'm sort of punching a sandy atoll. Which is what makes it worth using a diamond pick, although if I was able to enchant it, it would be cooler still. But I'd have to travel all the way back to spawn to do stuff like that. Oh, by the way, the spawn enchanting station is no longer accessible. Or rather, you can get to the enchanting station, it's still fully functional, but somebody has taken all of the lapis and all of the stuff out of it. So before it did have stuff, including a fancy book, but not so much anymore. Now I've still got a little lapis at another base, but I'm just saying it would be worth helping that to remain I don't know, legit. I wonder if you can you make sandstone out of sand? It would be nice. Oh, are you thinking of dropping? Yeah, having some lapis at the spawn enchanting station is probably good form because I left it with lapis in there. The other stuff that was there was largely just for the purpose of making it easier to do enchants. Because if you were doing... Just a moment. Meh. Because if you were doing enchants, you might want to see what various things would give you, and then see if like, oh, I can't do this, but on the other hand, I could enchant this bow, which is doing a good thing. And then once you've done that, you can go back to the one you wanted to enchant. There should be a portal the direction I'm pointing. And we're all going to rush over to bed soon. That's not all that much sandstone, I must say. But I guess if we get all of it done... Ah, it does make a sort of crunkly noise when you walk over the leaf clutter. And yeah, seeing as I don't spend that much time playing on this server, I'm not really one to tell you how you gotta play. That's just what I had done in my situation. Oh, we are apparently making more stone too. That is totally full now. This, on the other hand, oh, I got a trader. Hi, dude, what are you doing? You have nothing of interest. Brain coral block is kind of cool, though. Oh yeah, that's what I want, is a tall dry grass. By all means, continue on your way, sir. What do you take for a totem of undying? You give me something cool for that? No? I'll carry extra arrows, and then I can drop this off. Oh, I'll place the other chest. That'll help. What are you doing? You're going to eat my wheat there, mister? Oh, you are going to eat my wheat. Okay. That seems unhelpful of you. Well, you're very sure of it. You seem very certain. How close am I to being able to do the roof thing I wanted to do? Let's go over here and mine up just only the bits that are clearly sandstone and not sand. And maybe keep going and just dig a big hole through it all. Oh, except for it's on stone, so that's not going to work. Somewhat limited collection of it, isn't there? Oh, I spoke too soon. There's a little more here. Oh yeah. So, getting a bunch more sand, but at least it's uncovering some more sandstone while I'm at it. Sometimes this is the Minecraft thing, it's like a cookie clicker game. So like, let me uncover this sandstone by mining out literally all of the sand in this entire atoll. Because that won't be annoying at all. Pun. Okay. How much of this can I get? Probably enough. That's probably going to be enough. To make the roof I wanted to make. I just think it's so weird the way that these desert places breathe. Like Desert place sound effects. The desert is noisy. Bet you never noticed that a desert was noisy. Well, apparently it is. Noisy little deserts, they are. They just go and whoosh all day long. Stacks of sand always do that. Stacks of sand talk to you in the night. I just think it's funny after having grown up on old school Minecraft that never does that. There's one more. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you hear this, yeah? That noise. You hear that too, yeah? All the sandstone, or the sand noises rather. Not sandstone noises, it's like full-on sand noise for no particular reason other than I guess sand is just very noisy stuff. Hello. Okay, now sand, sand, sand. What are you doing, mister? Well, actually, did you just come over there and literally grow all of my crops? Good for you. Very impressive. A little weird, but still very impressive. Oh, and I am not quite done with my crafting table. Actually, I should grab the other one, because I do mean to put this stuff into, and this. And what are you doing standing? Just because I'm standing on top of this doesn't mean that you should, sir. And let's make a whole bunch of cut sandstone slabs, because that is the next process. All of this is going to migrate into an actual house, which I may never use again, but that's the idea anyhow. That's not the... Oh no, it's Lucas Hippo. Hi, Lucas Hippo. I was like, the trader is opening my chests. What the... Go, go, go. Alright, so I'm going to need lots and lots of these. Probably I don't have nearly enough, but that's fine. Actually, hang on a moment. Let's mine some of that back up again. Surely some of this can be done with full. Oh, and I can get some other kind of block. Could be just about anything. even dirt. Nighttime approaches. Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing about how this works is I can't tell you when I will next log on and play this, so I kind of can't be too fussy over what goes on. I just, working underneath my fellow players who are looting my chests or putting presents in them, for all I know, is funny and weird. However, let me see. I meant to do a thing. Namely, these can be full-size blocks. And likewise. So that can be cool, and I can still have the ceiling of this. Depending upon how I go about it. I don't know how high the ceiling is over here. I'm going to suggest that is, in fact, high enough. Let's see what I can do in the last 15 minutes to make like a sleeping area. What's it going to take to do that? I maybe have too many torches for that, but it's fine. So I can have a sleeping area hanging out in here. If I wanted to be fancy, I could have this be... I'm going to have to get another pick very soon. So that's a bit of a waste. But like extend it out that way, and that's what I have in mind. Then bed can be there. And we can put these in here. Hello. And then you can sleep on that because it's on the right level and it's not squishing with anything. And that ceiling is yay high, meaning that I can cover it. Waking up out of this isn't going to break your head. Oh dear, something's happened. What's happening out here? I have to go and get an axe anyway. Tactical What the? Okay, what is this thing you did? Tactical fishing involving throwing a fish into a stream? That one I want to see. Might not be able to, running out of time, but that one would be fun to see. So let's see, I have no sticks, but that can be amended. And I shall soon have sticks. For instance, out of that. Oh no, there's sticks. I don't know whether those were my sticks or not. I have enough iron for another pickaxe, meaning I can continue the making of my bed while my other players and the trader jump up and down around my head. Whatever. I will attempt to do this. I will attempt to do the thing. We'll see how well it works. What even is that? Oh, it's Craftyman being a jerk. As one does, I guess. Well, luckily for you, I'm not actually sleeping, so there. And I believe you can still sleep on this, although it is more difficult climbing on that, so... You are the one with the auto key. I am not. I cannot make it burst into loudness in such a way. That is something that you can do and not I. Yep. Exactly what I meant. That's exactly what I was talking about. I may say it's also an annoying noise. We are apparently doing annoying noises to end out the stream. Oh, hi. That doesn't need to be cut sandstone at all, does it? But this does. Serves you right. Now it's raining. What are you doing? Guys, jeez. Go sleep. I guess being Chris from Airwindows, I tend to enable people making annoying noises, so I'm not one to complain when people are making annoying noises at me. Alright, very good. That's an all clear. So let's see how many of these dirt blocks I can actually safely remove. I'm not going to want it to be all of them, though. My hope is I can put some stuff around here and have it be interesting. How much? Don't know. I'm just thinking in terms of what would make this look interesting and pleasing. I don't think that looks good. Let's not do that. I could have an even higher arch ceiling. Although this is fine the way it is. Up, that sounds like grass to me. That sounds like grass. But skylight? Skylight, anyone? Oh, is it in the middle of my garden? I bet it is. Let's see what was there. I got all kinds of glass, so I can make a skylight in the middle of the... No, that's not the middle of my garden. That's just in the middle of here. Meaning, it doesn't have to be skylight at all, does it? It could be, but it doesn't have to be. Let's pretend it's nothing of the sort. A little fun to have with this while we're at it. There, grass will grow over that. Watch how I come back and somebody's covered it with cobble and lava. I don't care. This is the thing that I'm doing right now. We're making it interesting and cool. The noises are like if somebody was burying the traitor. Hi. And then one more of those, just because we can. And then finally, the very final touch of so this is a somewhat exaggerated arch, but all the same, it's fine. And I can even get a couple of these back and extend the bed area just a bit, which will look like these. I feel like I could extend as long as I'm lighting things with plebeian torches, we can put a plebeian torch there. But not there, because it's not the same. And we got one there. I'm very low on torches. I only have like one torch. The number of torches I have is pathetic. And then chests can sit there, well, to some extent. I'm trying to remember whether you can put double chests in that way anymore. And we could. Yeah, see, there we are. Stuff could be here. Haven't put a ceiling on, but no worries. deal with that later. And then that's kind of cool. For people who think that kind of thing is cool anyhow. So, ta-da! Need more torches. Tiny pyramid it is kind of like a tiny pyramid, isn't it? It's not quite like a tiny pyramid, but it's more than a little bit like a tiny pyramid. Have I more sand? Nah. But I'll tell you what, I can go and make a bunch of... Guy, go wander away somewhere. I don't know why he's hanging around me. We have all of this stuff, but it can be moved in once I make more chests. And I have the crafting table, I didn't use it yet. Hey, chests, get out of my face, dude, seriously. Oh, furnace. We can take that. We can make a few more of these. Don't bump me while I'm crafting, dude. We can break that, and we can take this, and we'll get back to those in a minute. And I do not open my door to you, crazy trader dude. You're weird and unsettling. See, the thing about this is if I do this cleverly and have enough room for making the ceiling this way, which I might, one way to find out. Actually, no, it would be placing a whole bunch of half slabs. So to be a kind of a darkened space, but one that's unspawnable. So entrance area, you come in through here. And this is a light area, but this can be a darker area because it is not being spawnable stuff. Then we come in through here. That doesn't need to be there. And this becomes like spooky haunted pyramid vibes without the dirt ceiling, because I don't need the dirt ceiling. Oh, missed a spot. There, so kind of spooky, but on the other hand, kind of cool. And it is spawn-proof. What the... are you... I'm gonna have to kill that trader. Woof. Meanwhile, this area should be much less. Okay. On it. It's also night. It's also dinner time as well as nighttime. What I would like to do is at least make some... Yep. Put down some chests and maybe move the rest of my stuff into here and then log off. Do I like this angledness? I'm not sure if I like the angledness. I would need more of the... Okay, so I can do this, but then I run into a difficulty. Or might run into a difficulty. What do we do with these? Can we do these with half? Yes, we can. Okay, not a difficulty after all. I wasn't planning to do it that way, but it'll work. And we can light up the sides of the room a little bit more. And now I can put down all my chests and mirror image crafting tables. Actually, those could be... That sticks up kind of a lot. I don't like that. Let's embed it in the floor. I'll even get a couple of slabs back. Oops. Well, that doesn't work. There you go. So now we got that. What about these furnaces? Maybe those should live here. How about that? Free up some of these. I could do a triple bank there, but I don't suppose I need to. Huh. What's this, Lucasipo? Have we got a tree that's a problem? Let me drop all of this stuff off, and then I'll come and have a look. Hang on, does it? No, it's fine. Dun, 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 dun. There's a sign on the tree. The evil tree, do not touch. Up. Somebody is able to fire potions. Somebody's playing tricks. Well, I'm no fool. I ain't touching it. I have some guesses as to what might be happening, although I don't know exactly how it's done. You were clearly being hit by poison. The exact details of how and why is another question. You get away from here. I'm about to break this. I don't want you picking stuff up out of it. Go. Thank you. Might not be very important, but all the same. You are quite welcome to destroy that. Seems like a fine idea to me. After all, it wasn't there when I was working with it. Or making stuff, rather. Okay. Yeah, if I do come back on and play more in here, I will do some more stuff. Like, let's put these things that I am interested in or care about. Huh, somebody took one of the totems. Or maybe it's in the other, I bet it's in the other chest. And that's something else that I might have use of. Something else that I might have use of. Building blocks. Boop, 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 boop. There's no telling whether any of this is still going to be there when I get back, but it is what it is. This would probably be nice and cozy when there's stuff actually smelting in here. Feeling like maybe I should even make more. And build a complicated system for fueling them. Boop. Ha, you're too late. Come on, walking towards me, as if he was going to take my stuff, but no. No. I'm not sure villagers can even pick up drops. I just know this is going to look pretty when they're all cooking. However, I will need to get something started first. So, firstly, building blocks. Perhaps not the white wool, though, or the light gray wool. But yeah, building blocks. The other chest, the other boat, string, shears, bones, seeds, food, wools, bucket, the remaining totem of undying. I mean, I suppose I could be carrying that around. I'm not sure quite how it works or what you do with it, though. I kind of do, but then at the same time, it's like, well, I'm a little fuzzy on that. And at this stage, I need to find what little coal I have left. And begin a charcoal making. Oh yeah, look at that. I love it. Nice. So that's cool. We go through this little passage of smelting. That's so nice. I'll make a few more before I go to bed. Or rather, before I go off and have tacos. It is dinner time. I'm skipping dinner for the beauty of this process, as one does. I mean, who wouldn't? So certainly this many. But would it look nice to have it even go farther out? Yeah, one more. I think one more. So if I wanted to go really hard, what I could do is make a fuel loader that would put stacks of fuel into all of those using a bunch of hoppers. It would be kind of cumbersome though, and I think it would take up a lot of space. Although at this stage what I could do is fill in over the top of it. So nothing really wrong with that. There are auto-loading fuel systems. That is very much a thing that one can do. It's just a little bit beyond me at the moment. That's special, that's special. That's special. These are all full blocks, so we'll leave that alone. Except for when they're half slabs. Some of them are half slabs. Boop, boop, boop. And I could put a final one in there for valuables and one in here, which will end up being an ender chest when I have one. I don't yet have an ender chest. I mean, folks have them. They are on the server, but me personally, no, I don't. So let's see, valuables like buckets and a grass block for if I want to put grass in special places. The eggs for the thing that I'm going to build, and the shears. And iron and stuff. Also some arrows, because that can be valuable too. Gold. That. There. Valuable section. Cool, okay, so it is nighttime, I should sleep. Yeah, that tree nonsense is definitely some fishy business. You're not wrong about that. I had lanterns that would be awesome in some of these places. Although not really the half-slab ones, though. But in some of these places, like in this alcove, a lantern right here would be awesome. But, you know, it's dinner time. I need to go and make my tacos. I might be building things or working or making music on Thursday, but it's not impossible. I could just keep doing this on Thursday. My idea was that I was going to do like a week of not going super hard. And that is one way of going about doing that, is taking both Tuesday and Thursday of a week and just throwing in some Minecraft streaming. And people seem to like it when, if I'm live streaming, people want to be getting up to shenanigans and stuff. Hopefully when I get back, my place won't be entirely filled with lava and grief to all the hell. But you never can tell, because, you know, anybody who saw this stream, you might not have been getting my coordinates constantly, but you were getting the address of the server constantly, because it's open for people to play. And I hope you enjoy it. Hopefully enjoy it in nice ways. People were typically pretty good at that. And my stomach is beginning to rumble, and I seriously need to have my tacos. But I will see you folks later. Bye-bye.